Well, here we are. I'll preface this by saying that normally, as most of you know, some of you are here, I focus on entertainment on this channel. I talk about pop culture. I talk about gaming. I talk about stuff like that. That is not a day for it today. Today is not the day for that. And so for the normal viewers that watch this, I totally understand if this isn't your thing. However, I think that this is much more important because things that we have been seeing over the last several years, actions from the media, actions from radical people out there, it has been clear that if you are of a certain political leaning, if you happen to be conservative, if you happen to be Christian, if you happen to be all of these things, you are under attack. You are the enemy. And what we've seen from that over the past several years is this gaslighting of the other segment of the population to convince you that, oh, it's white supremacy, it's Nazis everywhere, all around around every corner. That's what it is. And of all the people that have been called that, maybe none so have been called that more than Charlie Kirk, and vilified by the media more than Charlie Kirk. And now today, it all culminates in the disgusting, evil, demonic shit that we just witnessed. Charlie Kirk is dead. Charlie Kirk of Turning Point. Charlie Kirk, who is one of the most influential people over the last, say, decade when it comes to conservative ideals and ideas, and a huge part of being able to capture some of the younger people, especially those that are at universities, colleges, and stuff like that, and show them, hey, you know what? This isn't the only way that you can think. You don't have to do this. Here is something else as well. This is not someone who is a politician. This is not someone who held office. And he was brutally murdered for his ideas because he speaks to people. This is not someone who held office and had power to institute all of these different things. This is somebody who is very effective at using his voice to change people's minds. And that is threatening. And now we are where we are. Obviously, if you've been, paying attention today, if you've opened up social media, you know what happened. You know what happened. Charlie Kirk, at the age of 31, Charlie Kirk is 5 years younger than me, by the way. Charlie Kirk is dead. And I'm not going to show the video here. I don't even know if you can show that video on YouTube, to be quite honest with you. However, like I mentioned on Jeremy's stream, and I think Jeremy rated me, so I really appreciate that. Jeremy, who I hopped on there about an hour into his stream after I had time to, process everything and see all this stuff. I said it there and I'll say it here again. I'm not disturbed by gore videos, horrific injury videos, people being killed. I'm not disturbed by that stuff. I grew up on the internet, so I've seen plenty of it. This had me shook when I watched it. And it's not just because of it being Charlie Kirk. It's what Charlie represents. And again, it is difference of opinion. It is thought. It is using your words to speak to people. He is out there speaking to people. Charlie Kirk dedicated his entire life, the entire Turning Point USA program, to changing people's minds, to make change in this country using the democratic process the right way. That's what Charlie Kirk pushed. And I get it. Everybody in the chat, you might not agree with Charlie Kirk. You might not stand with him. And even me personally, I have a lot of beliefs that I feel are a little more fringe than Charlie Kirk's. So when it comes to policies and stuff like that, we certainly don't agree on everything. I think he's done a lot of good for the conservative movement as a whole. And that's why he was a target. Leaves behind a beautiful family. And I got to tell you, I was upset, right? I was sick and I was sick to my stomach. But I was also really fucking angry when I heard this. I was also very fucking angry. And I still am. Obviously, I have to temper some of that for the stream that we're doing here. Have to temper a little bit of that. But when it comes to the video, I know it might make you sick. I know it might make you feel terrible. And I'm not going to sit there and tweet it out and do updates and stuff like that so I can get impressions. But I think it's important that everyone watches it. Even if you haven't yet, even if it makes you sick, even if you don't like seeing that stuff, I think it's important that everyone sees it and is impacted by it. I think it's important that everyone on the quote-unquote right sees it. I think it's important that everyone on the quote-unquote left sees it. And for as many people as we have seen outpourings of support and prayers and love and, saying how horrific they feel that something like this is happening, there are a lot of people out there that are praising this. There are people that are happy about it. Remember those people. Remember those people. Take screenshots, whatever. Remember those people. Because there are a lot of them out there. I've seen tweets celebrating that have hundreds of thousands of likes from people. But I think that video is very important for everyone to watch. Because as sick as it might make you, this is the new reality. If you think differently, they want you dead. And at 31 years old, Charlie Kirk has passed away. Some people are saying, what video is he talking about? Just got here. Again, I can't even show you the video because it's that graphic. But Charlie Kirk was at Utah on campus because this is what Charlie Kirk does. Charlie Kirk goes out there, goes to college campuses, right? He goes out there and he talks to people. And he sees if he can change your mind or if you can change his. Obviously, we know change your mind with Stephen Crowder or stuff like that. But that's what Charlie Kirk is doing. Charlie Kirk is out there debating thoughts, debating ideas, debating policies with people. And he was out there on campus and he was doing exactly that. Out there in the open, a couple thousand people out there watching it happen. And he got shot. And right now, here's the other kicker. We don't know who did it. Now, unless an update has come out over the past 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we don't know who did it. There was obviously a person, there was an older white guy, a bald guy that was arrested and walked off. That is not the shooter. That has been confirmed. That is not the shooter. The shot, from everything I can piece together, the shot came from about 200 yards away. And right now the gunman is still at large. And that's disturbing. You can let your conspiracy brain, go with wherever you want. 200 yards away with a high-powered rifle. I know for a lot of people, you're thinking, well, that's not the most insane shot. But it's also not somebody who just grabbed a gun for the first time either. But obviously, information's flooding everywhere. Everybody has their own specific theory about what's going on. The fact that we do not have the person yet is very, very concerning. But the reason this hits harder than the attempted assassination on Trump for me. Not because that's not horrific in its own right. Not because that's not terrible. Right? But because Donald Trump, at that point he was running, he's trying to be president again. But that is a political leader, a world leader, a leader of a nation. We've seen assassinations, attempted assassinations like that. I can understand why people would do it, even if they're fucking insane, like stupid, retarded, most ridiculous stuff. But it's also they're politicians, they're running for the highest office. That comes with a certain level of threat. Charlie Kirk is somebody that does not hold office. Charlie Kirk is simply talking to people. He doesn't have any power, right? But Charlie Kirk's power was his ability to talk to people, was his ability to present things and debate people. That's the power he had. And that's why he's dead. And it feels scary. Is there a video of the shooter on the roof, someone's saying? Is that true? If somebody can tag me in that on Twitter or send it to me, I would appreciate it. Some people are saying I'm having a hard time holding back tears. I get it. It is. It's frightening. It's scary. It's angering. This is what I'll say. Whoever did this, whoever was behind this, they want people scared. It's why they did it here. It's why they did it the way that they did it, as Charlie Kirk is out there simply speaking to people about his opinions. That's why they did it then. And as difficult as that may be for some people to feel scared, look, Charlie Kirk had a lot of courage to do what he did on a day-to-day basis, because you can't tell me he didn't know that this was a possibility. Charlie Kirk 1000% knew that there were people out there that want to kill him, that there are people out there that want to harm him, and he did this anyway because he thought it was important. And like his specific policies or his specific like politics, if you want, right? I have my own disagreements with him. But he knew this could be a reality. And he did it anyway because he had the courage. And as much as the person who did this or the people who are behind this want people to be scared because they know they're fucking losing, because they know that Turning Point USA has been so effective on changing younger people's minds about stuff like this, they want people to be scared. My call would be to try to show the same courage that Charlie Kirk did. Don't be afraid to speak your mind. Don't be afraid to say what you think is real, what you think is true. Don't be afraid to say, yeah, I love God, I love Jesus, I'm a Christian, I love my country, and I want to fight for it. Fight meaning politically, of course. No one here on this stream is calling anyone to action or violence or anything like that. Just want to make that crystal fucking clear. But that would be my call, is for people to have the courage to continue to speak because they want you to be silenced. They silenced Charlie Kirk. But I'll tell you something. As horrific as this is, they just made Charlie Kirk into a fucking martyr. A martyr for conservatives, a martyr for Christians. And I have a feeling that that is going to backfire in a big way. Because there are a lot of things that people can ignore. There are a lot of things that people can, push to the side and be like, oh, that sucks. This is not one of those things. I have my phone has been blowing up for the past little while, right? My phone has been blowing up with people who I haven't talked to in forever, barely ever talked to, stuff like that, who are not very political. And they're shocked, they're outraged, they're mad, they're pissed because of this. And I think things are going to get really fucking bad. Lugoitis, y'all need to calm down. I don't know if you're talking to me. But somebody said, is it confirmed? Yes, it is confirmed. This is confirmed now. To put in the chain of events as I kind of remember them, we'll do a little reset. This afternoon, Charlie Kirk was at Utah on campus doing his tour, where he goes and he talks on college campuses. He talks to students. Some of them agree with him. Some of them vehemently disagree with them. And he talks about that. He debates them. He talks to them about these things. And in the middle of that, I think when he was bringing up gang violence, a shot rings out in front of probably a couple thousand people who were there, like kind of at the stage. A shot rings out, and if you want to find the video, all you got to do is go to social media and search Charlie Kirk video. It is there, and I think everyone should watch it. He gets shot, and depending on what angle you're using, you do see basically the side of his neck kind of explode and blood just gush. And, you know, he falls over, everyone screams, crowd goes and scatters. When I saw that, I felt in my heart that there's no way he could survive. Like, it just, in 2 seconds, when you see that amount of blood pour out of somebody, I thought, that's it. Shockingly, we had reports, 45 minutes later, somewhere around there, that Charlie Kirk was at the hospital, that he did have a pulse, that he was in critical condition. But it was not that long after that they did officially announce his death. And I'm not a doctor. I don't want to get too much into it, but obviously you're worried about blood, oxygen to the brain through blood. When you lose that much blood, it was just, even when we heard he still potentially had a pulse, it would have been like the hand of God reaching down, truly, if that were the case. And unfortunately, we got the confirmation that he had passed away. At 31 years old, 5 years younger than me. And I have had the honor to meet Charlie a couple times. I've been to a couple of TPUSA events. They were nice enough to reach out to me and invite me to a couple of them. And I always had a great experience there. And I just got, briefly a handful of minutes of conversation between him and I. That's pretty much it. And it is mind-blowing. It's numbing. It's chilling. Most of all, it's sickening. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that the reason things like this are happening, and the reason this happened, is because for years and years and years, people in the mainstream media have been gaslighting everyone, have been attacking and calling people like Charlie Kirk Nazis, racist, white supremacists, all of this stuff. They have convinced groups of people out there that Charlie Kirk wants you eliminated, that Charlie Kirk wants you dead. Look at what he's saying. Look at the things he's saying. Look at, he's saying things. He's talking. That basically equates to violence, doesn't it? This is what they've been trying to convince people of. And when enough people get convinced of that by the media, they think to themselves, well, if that's violence against me, we can use violence against them. Even yesterday, I think I have this somewhere. I want to play the Van Jones clip. And obviously one of the massive things that we have been talking about today, or not today, but one of the massive things that have been discussed this week is the horrific murder that occurred of the young Ukrainian girl. But this is Van Jones yesterday on CNN.
We don't know why that man did what he did. And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering.
We obviously don't need to see that video. I'm sure we've all seen that video a million times. I do think we see a video, a suspect, somebody on the roof. Okay, I will get to that. I will get to that in just a second. I just saw that. Thank you for tagging me. But this is what he said yesterday, that to speak out about the black dude, career criminal who murdered the white girl on the subway for no reason whatsoever, that it's hate mongering, that it's race mongering. And even today, see if we can find this. Even today, here's MSNBC.
Then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Turning Point USA is
saying he deserved it because the words that he says. This is MSNBC today when Charlie Kirk has died. That's what the media is saying. That's what this bitch motherfucker is saying. Charlie Kirk's blood, portion of it, on their hands. Now, I do see this that you guys were tagging me in. I don't know how like confirmed that this has been, but breaking new video shows suspect who shot and killed Charlie Kirk laying prone on the roof of the Lazie Center at UVU moments before the shooting.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying.
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there.
So again, that's all we have. That's all we have. It's really tough to make too much out. But we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff. Look, we already saw the guy that got arrested and everybody went to him and like was like, for me, when I saw that white guy, that old white bald dude arrested, a lot didn't make sense to me because I had heard that the shooting that they said had come from this building 200 yards away. It didn't make sense for that guy to be arrested based on where he was close to the stage. It didn't add up. And sure enough, that is not the person that did it. We do have, I know we played this earlier, but this is the moment on Real America's Voice when they were covering this, and Real America's Voice works closely. Charlie Kirk's show, I think, airs on Real America's Voice. But it is here where they announced officially that Charlie had passed.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
I mean,
yes. Wow, right here, we're having this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gino. You were continue on the horrendous news that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Well, my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family. This is beyond devastating, Eric. I've known Charlie, as I said, since he was a child, running around, coming to conservative events.
John,
obviously, at some point, you kind of just get at a loss for words, and I understand. I did see that the flag at the White House, the flag has been lowered to half-mast. Donald Trump did put out a statement about it. And ultimately, I did have this pulled up because this is Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a father. Charlie Kirk is a husband. And this family has been destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. And that gets me. You know? That gets me. And it's sad and it's heavy. And it fucking sucks. But it's important that everybody remember this. That everybody remembers that there are demonic, evil forces out there in the world. And if you do something as horrific as speak to people, not only do they want you dead, they will kill you. Charlie Kirk died today doing what he had devoted his professional life to doing, which is speaking to people, talking about preserving freedom, conservative ideals, limited government, all of these things. He knew that doing that and as big as he got and all of this stuff could put a target on his back, and he did it anyway. He continued to do it. And they didn't kill him because he was wrong. They killed him because he was effective. They killed him because he was effective. If you're just joining the stream, it's kind of like impossible for somebody that's, you know, on the internet a lot and stuff like that. For people that are just joining the stream, yes, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, is dead at 31 years old. He was murdered. He was assassinated by a gunman in Utah on campus while he was talking to a couple thousand college students. Speaking of the media again, let's see how MSNBC tried to spin this in the aftermath of it happening. You know, when we didn't have a lot of details yet and stuff like that. This is MSNBC.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And
that's actually not even the one that I wanted, but we already talked about this. We already talked about this guy. We already talked about this massive pile of shit who said, when you say such hateful things, you should expect this. Charlie Kirk goes around the country. Oh, Kash Patel tweeted the suspect is in custody. Let me find that. Here we go. Couple minutes ago, Kash Patel. And God, they got this motherfucker. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with FBI. We'll provide updates when able. And you can see people posting these. People think that that is a picture of the person who shot Charlie Kirk up there in all black. Thank God they found the son of a bitch. Because for it to have been, 3 or 4 hours after this happened, that's a concern that they didn't. So it's good they have him now. Again, for people that did see the picture of the random bald white guy that people thought was the shooter originally, and all the stuff went out there about him, apparently they cleared it up rather quickly that, hey, we did arrest somebody. That is not the person who shot Charlie Kirk. And so now I imagine what we're going to start seeing is all of these different things coming out, and we'll have to wait to see what's real and what's been verified. I do think that one thing is very interesting. I have seen a lot, an outpouring of support, from sports figures, from entertainers, stuff like that. I saw Chris Pratt tweeting about it. I've seen a lot of sports people talking about it across, like, even people that aren't very political, because this is a moment. No one can ignore this shit. And the only people that are going to be, celebrating and doing the disgusting shit like that, they are in the fringe minority, but they do exist. And there are a lot of them. But everyone looks at this, regardless of how politically active you consider yourself. And most normal people, find it horrifying. Now, there are activists. I saw a DC Comics artist who is celebrating. I've seen a ton of people celebrating this disgusting shit. But for the most part, the vast majority of people out there are seeing this for what it is. An absolutely disgusting moment in history. And an indictment of where we are. Of where we are right now. And I said it on Jeremy's stream. I'll say it again here. I want to make it crystal clear. I'm not calling anyone any action. I'm not saying people should go out there on the streets. I'm not saying any of that. What I am looking at, though, is the reality of what has just happened and how restrained people have been in general on, quote unquote, this side. Something like this can change that. There's a lot of angry people out there who are probably about to say enough is enough. And I think that for how impactful Charlie Kirk has been in his short time in this world, his name is not going to be forgotten. And because of what whoever did this thing decided to do to him, and because of the constant push from people in the media demonizing Charlie Kirk, trying to label him something that he's not, because of that, I think they are going to awaken something that they are not ready for, and things could get really bad. That's what I think will happen. Certainly not calling anybody to do it. Not saying go do this, go do that at all. They took out the man today. They took out the man. They are not going to take out the message. And I think that this message is only going to get louder and louder and louder. Charlie Kirk, and TPUSA as a whole, obviously, not only are they talking about, political ideals and stuff like that, but also religious ones. It's not a secret. Charlie Kirk, very open about his faith. The entire TPUSA organization, very open about what they stand for. Charlie Kirk was murdered today because he was an unapologetic, outspoken, freedom-loving, conservative, God-loving Christian. He wasn't afraid to speak his mind, even knowing that something like this could happen or potentially would happen eventually. He did it anyway. Tell the people you care about that you love them. Because you never know when it might be your time. You never know when something like this could happen. And look, these people, there are people out there that I'm sure Charlie Kirk got a million fucking death threats a day. A million. Look, I get fucking death threats, and I talk about Star Wars and Marvel and shit like that, and there are insane people out there that do that. People on that side, there's political violence right now. There are people that think because you think a certain way, you should fucking die, and it's all one-sided. I think that much is very fucking obvious. Protect yourself. Stay safe in terms of physically stay safe. But also have the courage to continue to speak. The point of this is to scare people. The point of this is to silence people. The point of this is to send a message that if you say the quote unquote wrong thing, you will fucking die for it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stay loud. Stay loud. If you're just joining us, thank you to the 8,500 people watching. If you're just joining us, I typically, almost always, on this channel talk about entertainment, pop culture, gaming news, stuff like that. Today is not the day for that. I usually do a stream on Wednesdays. Today was not the day to try to find a Marvel story or a Star Wars story to talk about. Because this is actually important. This is actually important. And you know, if you are just joining us, a little update. Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, was in Utah today on a college campus, speaking to people about issues, speaking to people about things that are in the news, speaking to people about his ideas and their ideas, and having a back and forth and a healthy debate. And Charlie Kirk was murdered. He was shot in the neck. Videos are all over. I do recommend, not because it's good for you, not because it'll make you feel good. I do recommend that every single person find that video and watch it once, because it's horrifying and it's sickening and it's disgusting. And I think that you need to see it, because I think you need to know and feel and understand what just happened. He was rushed to the hospital. We had initial reports that he was potentially in critical condition, but still living. Those reports did not last long. It was eventually verified that, yes, in fact, Charlie Kirk had passed away. Turning Point USA put out a statement. Donald Trump put out a statement. The flag's been lowered to half-mast at the White House, actually. And initially, it looked like they had found the shooter. That was not the shooter. But Kash Patel, as of about 10 minutes ago, announced that they had finally found the person. After several hours, they had finally have who they believe to be the shooter in custody. So we are waiting to hear more about that. We're waiting to hear more about that as we speak. Press conference live now. Is there a press conference? Let's see if somebody can tag me in it. Charlie Kirk press conference. Except the police are saying they don't have him. Somebody said. Where are we? I'm looking through right now and I don't see anything. So you're saying that Kash Patel was wrong when he announced that? Did he delete that tweet? Kash Patel deleted that tweet. So the suspect is not in custody. Holy shit. So I just showed 10 minutes ago Kash Patel posting that they had a suspect in custody. Here's Kash Patel now. Let's go to replies. 23 minutes ago, a nice post honoring Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. That tweet is no longer there. So maybe refresh and see if it's still there because I do not see it. Oh, his other account? FBI Director Kash Patel? Okay, that still is up. All right, thank God. I was like, what the fuck? Subject horrific shooting today, took to life, is now in custody. Thank God. Apparently there's a news conference going on right now. And they say that the suspect isn't in custody for some reason. Maybe there's more than one. Who fucking knows? There could be multiple people of interest. Let's see if I can find the Charlie Kirk press conference. Okay, they are saying person of interest in custody. Let's watch this. Let's rewind it a little bit. And we're going to get this entire thing. We'll play catch up a little bit here.
Stains on my knees. People running, stepping on each other. I was stepped on. There was a mother behind me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department.
It's really soft. Let me see if we can boost this volume booster.
Public safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process.
That's still too low for you guys? This is as high as it gets. I even boosted the volume, but maybe you guys can't hear it because of that. Let me try one more thing. Did they turn it up at any point?
One shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who's struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake Field Office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tavares, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences.
Yes, on this dark.
Well, now it's fucking loud. I passed up all the initial stuff, so let me unboost it a little.
And tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That's foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Damn. So this is the governor of Utah, just so everyone knows who is talking right now. It's interesting that he's saying person of interest is in custody, but to whoever did this, we will find you. So we'll get more information, hopefully.
Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 150 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Is there any indication for looking for another shooter or anybody else related?
So just that's talking about the guy that everybody thought was the guy, the white bald guy that was arrested. That's not the person of interest they're talking about. They have a different person of interest in custody.
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. We do know dressed in all dark clothing. We don't have a much better description other than that.
Where did the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a third, potentially from a roof. Yes, a longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it. Any indications of foreign intelligence involved? As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. It's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It was sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately.
You're watching this live press conference from Warren, Utah.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to get too much more information on the shooter, but we'll continue to watch for a little while longer. Charlie did so many of these things like this for a reason, because it's effective. Right? It's one thing to go in auditoriums and to give speeches and stuff like that. It's a different thing to go down. And we've seen a lot of people do this, obviously, but it's another thing to go down, to go on campus, to go into enemy territory in a lot of ways with a lot of people that will not agree with you and debate them on ideas. Like, so many of the things we've seen from him over the years have been exactly that, and they've been incredibly effective. Now, this is going to change the way people think about doing events like that, about effective events like that.
Normally, we were on the air with World News Tonight. We will join the broadcast in just a moment. I want to bring you up to speed on what we just learned. There is a person of interest now in custody. They are interviewing this person. It is not the same person that was taken into custody for a short period of time earlier in the day. That person has been cleared. Again, there is a person of interest in custody. They have no intelligence at this point to believe that there was anyone else involved as of yet.
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What has happened with you?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question. So thank you.
Yeah. A question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team, or a combination of both, that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering.
Well, there it is. Thank you for the people that alerted me about that press conference going on. We were able to catch up with it a little bit. They were the ones with the bad sound issues, just so you guys know, not me. They eventually put it up there, but or boosted the volume, thankfully. But yeah, if you're just joining us, that is the press conference. in Utah of Charlie Kirk being murdered, Charlie Kirk being assassinated. It is a dark fucking day. It is a dark fucking day. And I saw Jeremy did come in, and I know that I have not really been talking to the chat or acknowledging too much that's going on in the chat that's kind of flying by right now. I had to get all that out there. I had to get all of that out there about what's going on. And I did see Jeremy there. And by the way, thank you to the CobraCast audience, the portion of you guys that came over here. I do appreciate it. On YouTube and over on Rumble. We got about 600 people watching on Rumble, so appreciate it. Good to see if it's your first time here, although it's a terrible fucking thing to talk about. There's not much good about today. And tomorrow's September 11th. Tomorrow's September 11th, which does not feel real. But I did see Jeremy say this in the chat. Thank you, Jeremy. $100 super chat says, love to Ryan in the chat. Today is terrible. Today is terrible. And I said it before. Hug your kids, hug your loved ones. If they're not around, text some, whatever it may be. Call somebody, text somebody. Let them know you love them, because this can happen anytime. This can happen anytime. Brock earlier did super chat $100. Didn't say anything, but appreciate it, Brock. Thank you, man. GRT Dane for $50 says John Solomon is saying early assessment from law enforcement is a professional hit. I've heard a lot of things flying around. A lot of things flying around from, some people that are former law enforcement and stuff like that. Obviously, those things are always going to come up in a situation like this. And those things are going to continue to be out there until we find out a little more about this person. And even then might happen. We better get everything about this motherfucker. No holding back, no nothing, but we better get everything about this motherfucker. And I do believe that this administration and all the people surrounding it who are so close to Charlie Kirk, I expect that is going to be the case, that they're not going to hold back anything once they feel like they are ready to, when it's not like in fear and an investigation type of thing. There are people, I see a lot of people talking about what's going on Reddit right now. I'm telling you, if you guys see stuff, screenshot it and remember it, because there are people on Reddit that are so happy about this, that are praising it. There are people on Twitter that are doing the same thing. What can you say other than gross? You know what I mean? Like what can you say other than gross? You got people that work for DC Comics, writing for DC Comics. Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch. That's what she said in regards to Charlie Kirk. I mean, just disgusting. I just got tagged in something where somebody says that the bullet bounced off Charlie's vest into his neck. I mean, this is going on TikTok right now. Should we watch this? This is on TikTok right now. Oh, it just of course it just did that. Liberal celebrates Charlie Kirk's death and calls for more political assassinations. This is where we are.
Well, I just saw the video of Charlie Kirk getting his box boomed. I mean, boomed, bitch, like gone. I have no issue with it. The clown always comes back to bite. But why do y'all keep aiming for the wrong niggas? Aim higher.
Gay black degenerate celebrates Charlie Kirk's death on TikTok. You think he'll get deplatformed? You think he'll get deplatformed? Fucking scum, dude. Fucking scum. Absolutely disgusting shit. I'm going to go off from the top and start trying to catch up with some of these guys, obviously. I will try to keep an eye on. I know a lot of you guys are tagging me and stuff and things like that, and I'm trying to keep up. But honestly, because of the couple tweets I put out, my notifications are a wreck, like an absolute wreck today. So I am trying to keep an eye on some of this as you guys are tagging me, and I appreciate it because obviously when you're talking and doing, it's tough to keep up with everything that's happened. So certainly, if something else comes out, let me know. Let me know. Hemorrhoid hurts for 10 friends. Listen closely to what is being said in the media and by people around who celebrate this tragic and heinous murder. Let them speak uninterrupted so they fully reveal who they really are. We've already seen some of that. I mean, minutes after Charlie Kirk gets shot and MSNBC brings on a guy who says he deserved it for his hateful rhetoric. Gabriel Knight, $10. Last 2 days have been massively demoralized, and it doesn't feel like moral and like the moral and cultural rot we're experiencing can be fixed, especially when a particular side believes words are violence. I don't disagree with you. It seems like something we can't come back from. It seems like something we can't come back from, legitimately. That's what it feels like. Dark Schwartz Rising becomes a member. Thank you. Morning Star for 2. Never vote another Democrat in office. It's never been a problem for me. But obviously there's a lot of other people out there that feel differently. By never been a problem, I mean I've never voted that. Frank the Tank with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Frank the Tank. I appreciate the support. Dave Miller for 10. Charlie Kirk was a professing Christian. He is resting in the arms of his Lord Jesus Christ. Pray for his family who will be mourning because they are here without him. I 110% agree, Dave. It was one thing about Charlie Kirk that is you can't detach that from anywhere. Not only was he obviously a conservative promoting conservatism and things like this, but he was also a Christian that promoted Christ all the time. So, and it's true. He is in a better place, but he's taken there far too early. Pro Legrand for $1.99. Thank you. Low Tech Viking. This is a moment you never forget. Like 9/11, you'll always remember you were when Charlie was assassinated. Yeah, I mean, I do remember 9/11. I was in 7th grade history class at the time. This is one of the more... I am not somebody who is usually that affected by things that happen around the world. Even when horrible things happen, when people are killed or like, I'm not someone who's typically all that impacted by it. I see it, I might feel bad or whatever, but in terms of it interrupting my life or my thoughts or things, I'm not someone who is typically bogged down by that. This one, it shook me. It shook me because it shook me because they got him. And it shook me because he is just talking. And even that question, I think the question was about mass shootings or something like that. The question that was asked, and there's a lot of people that wonder about that question, and if people have talked to that person who asked that question, stuff like that, because the timing of it, it seems certainly coincidental, but maybe beyond that. Philip says, I'm so fucking pissed this changed me, man. I think it's going to feel that way for a lot of people. I think this is a moment. And I think whoever did this, for whatever specific reason, there's no doubt that they did it to silence people, not just Charlie Kirk, but everybody. And I don't think that that's going to happen. I think it's going to get louder. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. Marxists want us dead. They're celebrating his death. Be vigilant and safe everywhere. 1,000%. 1,000%. Take care of yourselves and your families. Anima Chains for 10. My blood is still boiling over from seeing the girl in the train murdered. Now this, I will never be the same again. Yeah, and like I said, people in the media have been using that. People in the media have been using that moment where a fucking career criminal, for no reason whatsoever, brutally stabs to death a young Ukrainian girl, a young white girl. I'm sure he didn't know she was Ukrainian. He did it because she was white, because he said, I just got that white girl. And that has been used to demonize Charlie Kirk. That has been used to call Charlie Kirk this and that and that. Even just in the past 24 hours, that happened from people on air on CNN. Has Van Jones said anything? Has Van Jones said anything? He has. Huh. And he locked his fucking replies. He locked his replies. Van Jones, today's attack on Charlie Kirk is absolutely horrifying and heartbreaking. He fought with words, not weapons. There's no place for political violence in our society, and those responsible must be swiftly brought to justice. My prayers are for Charlie's loved ones, the traumatized students at Utah Valley University, and all those impacted by the senseless act. Man. That's weird. I can't even see the replies. Why is that? Hid replies. "24 hours changes a lot, doesn't it?" "24 hours changes a lot." I saw Donald Trump Jr. just tweeted a minute ago. This isn't my strong suit, and I don't even know how to begin to put into words the loss I'm feeling right now over the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie wasn't just a friend, he was like a little brother to me. And to millions of people around the world, he was a true inspiration. He was one of the most courageous, principled men I've ever known, and he lived every day with a purpose. His faith in God was unshakable. His love for Erica was inspiring, and the way he adored and cared for his two beautiful kids showed the kind of man he truly was. Charlie dedicated his life to something bigger than himself. He fought tirelessly for this country, for the values that made America great, and for the next generation. The impact he had on young people, reaching them in masses, giving them courage to stand up, to think for themselves, and to fight for freedom is immeasurable. There's no question that Charlie's work and his voice helped my father win the presidency. He changed the direction of this nation. Charlie was never a threat to anyone. He was civil, he was kind, he listened and responded with respect. The only threat he ever posed was that he was incredibly effective. I have similar feelings. Exactly. He was a powerful messenger of the truth, and people heard that truth. That's what made him a target. This loss is absolutely devastating, not only for Erica and the kids, but for our country. We've lost a leader, a fighter, and a man whose character and conviction were rare, too rare. To think that his life was cut short by a brutal, heinous, evil act is beyond comprehension. It's horrible and heartbreaking. Moments like this remind us how fragile life is. We can't wait to tell people how much they mean to us. We can't admire them in silence. Charlie knew he was loved, but I want to say it again. He was a brother to me, and I'll carry that with me forever. I know Charlie's legacy doesn't end here. He poured into millions of young people who will carry forward the torch he lit. He built something that will outlast him because it was grounded in faith, in truth, and in courage. And as his friend, I will never forget him. I'll honor him by loving boldly, speaking truth without fear, and continuing his spirit of courage. His fight lives on in all of us who loved him. This is an unimaginable loss. For me, for his family, for everyone who loved him, and for America. Rest in peace, brother. You will be missed more than words can ever say, but your legacy will never be forgotten, and we will keep fighting the good fight. This great statement by Donald Trump Jr., obviously. And look, it echoes a lot of what of my thoughts as well about what this represents, what this means, who Charlie is, why they did this, and also the impact that he's had and what you should do if you want to honor him. You know? That, I'm going to be honest, that was not easy for me to read. That was not easy for me to read. Obama tweeted about it. Listen to Gutfeld on Fox. I haven't listened yet. I just read the caption, but...
Yeah, I know that it's somewhat object of mockery to say thoughts and prayers, but thoughts and prayers for his family. They need it from all of us. And Jesse's right. If they could do this, they are capable of anything. I think that was the message. I believe that was the message. It's really hard to radicalize Republicans.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're not the radical type. But if you thought that you were going to shut a movement down, you're going to get a rude awakening. You woke us the fuck up.
That's on Fox News. Gutfeld dropping an F-bomb on Fox News. Whew. But I agree. It's hard to not. Reading the tea leaves and what we just witnessed and the way people are speaking about it and the way and again, because I follow so many different things, and obviously on this channel, I don't really talk politics. I'm seeing people from every fucking landscape that I cover and follow and stuff like that posting, pictures of Charlie and his family, RIP Charlie, like stuff like that, right? People in the sports world that would usually never touch stuff like this are tweeting that. This is a big moment. Hi, Kira for 2. Ryan, seriously, be safe when you have G&G events. We are well aware that there are people out there that hate us. There are people out there that have sent us threats. There are people out there that want us dead. We're well aware. And, we take it seriously, as seriously as we need to for stuff, for events, because we obviously want to be safe, and we want to make sure the people that are there hanging out with us are safe as well. So we have it in mind. Some wrong shoe. I live in the UK. I'm in my 30s, voted Labour every election, and I can't believe what I've seen come out of the left the last decade. Disgusting. Boomer for 2. He would have been president. I'm very, very angry. I don't know. I don't know if Charlie had any aspirations of doing that necessarily. Obviously, if he wanted to run, he couldn't run for president, for a couple of years because of age, but he could have done other stuff. He certainly could have ran if he wanted to, for other offices. But this is not a politician. This is not a fucking guy who holds office. This is not a guy who can give orders to government officials. This is a guy who started a movement, an incredibly effective movement, and one that was necessary. And I know that I don't have an overly young audience. I really don't. My audience is older than most YouTube audiences in general. Very small, like 18 to 25 demo for me compared to most other YouTubers. I have more people that are 44 to 55 that watch me than 18 to 25. That's usually not the case for YouTubers. But Charlie was able to get through to them. He was able to make a dent in that massive difference there are in, people that age that vote Democrat versus Republican. Charlie was able to effectively put a dent in that and show people that just because you might be in this college, you might be surrounded by all these people are saying this, that's not the only way to look at the world. And listen to what I'm saying. Maybe this makes sense to you. Maybe it doesn't, but maybe it does. Ned Steeler for 5 says, I can't anymore. I was a Democrat. I voted Trump 3 times, but I no longer have the energy to say we can change and become more middle. I can't anymore. Thank you, Net Steeler. Darth Gavel for 5. Please tell Jeremy we need a charity stream for family. I'll let him know, Darth Gavel. Ultimately, I do think I saw... I'm going to see if I can find the TPUSA specific statement, because they did mention family and respecting their privacy, basically. So TPUSA did do this. This is, after the official reports came out. It's with a heavy heart we confirm Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior, who suffered and died for Charlie. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask you please respect their privacy and dignity at this time. So that's the only kind of word we've got from, close to Charlie's family at all. JRG projects for 20. Let's be clear. The world hasn't changed. The left simply can't handle living in it. In the U.S., we've grown beyond the left. They can go to Canada or Ireland. They can't stay here. Not anymore. It feels like things are coming to a breaking point. It's hard for it not to feel that way. I still have the same updates from Cash from about an hour ago saying that the person of interest is in custody. We'll see if there's any more that comes out from that. Pro Legrand for 199, shaking my core and seeing white liberals cheer. That's the other part of this. You know what I mean? Like that is the other part of this that I think is going to be very impactful over the next couple days and weeks. It is not only the people who maybe they are a little bit in the middle, maybe they lean conservative, lean one way, maybe they're just kind of right there, you know? They see this happen. They see the disgusting, despicable, evil shit that just happened. And that is one that makes you feel a certain way. You know what keeps pushing people? Seeing that. Seeing the people that are cheering it on, seeing the people that are celebrating it, and realizing that these people are truly sick and I want nothing to do with them. Sleazy for $10 says civility is for people, not these creatures. Thank you, Sleazy. The outrage is deserved. Us Canucks are pissed. Well, thank you from up in Canada. Everyone should be really fucking mad. Lefties don't release, they just push hundreds of thousands of centrist and non-political people into the right and many people on the right to becoming radicals. The find out stage starts now. They fucked around for years, Sev. And I agree with the premise in general. It's kind of what I just said. It's like the actions of the gunmen and then the actions of the people celebrating it, I think are a very, very negative thing for their side. Ben West for 5. A violent response only served to advance the goals of the ones behind this, progressing the dialectic. Thank you, Ben. And again, I want to be clear when I'm talking about that super chat's a good reminder that look, when I'm talking about how bad it seems like it might get or people waking up or whatever, I just want to make it crystal clear. I'm not calling for any violence. I'm not advocating that anybody do anything like that. I'm simply talking about, based on what we're seeing, what I feel could happen. So, just to put that out there for you guys. Mekator, heaven forbid we would live in a world with others of conflicting viewpoints and ideas. This is fascistic. The killing of a man who speaks against the norm a certain portion wants to rule supreme. That's why it's so disgusting. Again, Charlie Kirk dedicated his life to debating people and trying to change the country through the approved democratic process, right? Of speaking to people, changing their minds, advocating for candidates that he thought would make changes, right? Stuff like that. The way you're supposed to do it, the right way. And you got fucking murdered in front of the world. Default for 5. Charlie was one of the most gracious and kind political figures I've ever seen. Unreal that someone could hate him, let alone do something like this. If we've learned anything over the past 10 plus years, there are people who hate you and want you dead if you don't agree with them. Now, look, I hate a lot of people. I'm just being honest. If you guys will watch this channel for long enough, you probably know that. There's a lot of people that I hate. Wanting them dead, something different. James Tiberius Kirk for 20. Just woke up in Australia to this devastating news. My thoughts and prayers are with all American friends. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. It's a good point. It's a good point. Will the fans for 50 think fuck someone who makes sense is saying the truth? I hope you're referring to me, but I appreciate it, Will. Cole Hauser, please pray for Charlie's family. Loss of words. You know, I didn't see that this happened. I didn't see that this happened until about 30 minutes after, when somebody texted me and they said, I just saw the Charlie Kirk video and I want to throw up. And I didn't even know what they were talking about, because I had just been to the gym. I'm sitting there, I was listening to music, doing my thing at the gym, and I drove back. So I hadn't pulled up social media in a little while. So I had just got home when I got that message. I'm thinking it was like a video that Charlie tweeted, a video that Charlie put out there, maybe more stuff from the murder of that woman on the train. That's what I was expecting. And I look and I like it just felt like my entire body like drained, you know what I mean? Because I saw the first video of people running, and then I saw a faraway video where you could kind of see, okay, clearly he got hit and then went down, but what happened? And then, then I saw the one that's out there. I saw Vera Dark in the chat saying so many people in comics and games celebrating this. Yes. There are so many people in the game industry, in the comic book industry, in the entertainment industry that are celebrating this shit. Henry for 5. I'm fucking pissed too, brother. RIP to a real one. Absolutely heartbroken for his children that have to grow up without their daddy. Yeah. Yes. And those are a lot of the pictures I'm seeing, and I love those. I love that those are out there. That so many people are tweeting that out. The picture of him and his 2 kids and his wife, the picture of his little girl running up to him on set. That shit hits me hard. Crispy Nokin, so sad what happened. Charlie's almost the same age as my brother. My deepest condolences to his family. Hail all. It is hard to believe that Charlie is only 31. Everything that he's done in that time, in such a short period of time. Kalecki for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Kalecki. This is only going to end up worse for both sides. I don't disagree. I think things are going to be bad. Thank you to the people hanging out on Rumble as well. I appreciate the Rumble audience. Renek for $5 says, the left doesn't want to talk. They shot at Trump. They killed Charlie. I'm not saying we start stacking bodies, but I'm not trying to find middle ground anymore. Well, I appreciate the restraint, Renek. Deucalion's war. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. I'm feeling a lot of hate right now. Casual tie for 199. I'm Gen Z, and this emboldens me like nothing else. I think you are not alone in that. MSN 1B crime. It was racially motivated. The right are dangerous. Oh, sorry. White on black crime. It was racially motivated. The right are dangerous. Black on white crime. Don't make this about race. It wasn't the left. It was a crazy person. It's also fucking tiresome, isn't it? It's also fucking tiresome. Victor Wong for 279. Ryan tagged you on the X post with video shot. That was probably a while ago. But I have not. I think we might have shown it already, but thank you, Victor. Drag for 10. This is our generation's MLK. Oh, is this them arresting somebody else? Oh, shit. Okay, I think this is like a pellet gun or something. I don't think that this is... I don't know. I don't think that that's... I don't think it's what I thought it was. Sorry. Just keep a look at what I'm like being tagged in and shit. So that was from a long time ago. That was from like an hour ago that I got tagged in that. At a loss for words. Well, I thank you for the plug, Alex, but thank you, Alex. Slain hope for 2. The left is scared, but they should be terrified. Accountability is not revenge, retribution. It is accountability, period, says Martin D. Turner. Mystics J. Vegeta for 2. Trump ordered White House flag at half-mast. Yes, I did see that, actually. Talked about it before. I was watching, I think I had Fox News turn on or something when I was watching them lower it. Yeah. That happened quick, too. Pens fan for life. Charlie was assassinated because he was reaching people. Yes, I said at the beginning, I talked for about an hour straight at the beginning of this, and yes, Charlie Kirk was killed because he's effective. He was killed because he was effective. Old man Jay, the response must be fierce and swift. I'm keeping an eye out for more shit about the shooter. You know what I mean? Wow. MSNBC just apologized. MSNBC just apologized for the video that we played earlier.
But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
So that clip, MSNBC public relations, during our breaking news coverage, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There's no place in violence for America, political or otherwise. So you got bullied into fucking apologizing. Incredible. Incredible. There's so much. I got to be honest, I have been very restrained all day today. I have been incredibly restrained all day today. The left is the biggest hate group in America, says Brockatron. Zenny Biscuit says, never got to meet him, but I've been following him since the beginning. I don't know what to do. He was almost 2 years younger than me. I know a lot of people that have never met Charlie Kirk, maybe didn't even like Charlie all that much, like knew of him, respected him, stuff like that. I know people like that who are fucking devastated today by this news. Sockmon for 5. Charlie Kirk believed debate was the way to keep violence at bay. Keeping to this belief, he won the hearts and minds of millions of young Americans. He won the debate and they killed him for it. Yes. Tommy Tattoo, the extreme left is now not only targeting political leaders they don't agree with, they're targeting you and your families. Be the protectors that we are. Rise up, men of the West. Thank you, Tommy Tattoo. Thank you, Tommy. Way she goes, member for 9 months. Prayers to Charlie's family. Still feel sick thinking about this. Tell your family you love them today. 1,000%. 1,000%. Croc-a-drunk with a big $50 Rumble rant. Doesn't say anything, just a colon. I hear you, man. There's not much to say. There's not much more to say about this shit. But I appreciate it. Skeel is hold on. Skeel is there for 2. I lost friends of many years because they sided with someone who celebrated this murder, and I misgendered them, calling them what they are, a petulant boy, a monster. I think that there is going to be a lot of people that lose friendships over this. Someone said Stephen King tweeted something. Stephen King, the motivation of the man who shot Charlie Kirk isn't clear, although he's probably mentally unstable. Duh. What is clear is another example of American gun violence. Bro, fuck that scrotum face bitch, bro. Fuck. This is a moment where people are going to be building up a lot of fucking resentment and rage and fucking hate in their hearts. They like this today. Gavin Freenun feels as if this gives Trump all the support to send in National Guard. This kind of nonsense has been happening long enough. I mean, this was at a campus in Utah. It's not like this happened in Chicago or something where a lot of this is being discussed. Anima Chains, Charlie was a good man, a man after Jesus' own heart. Rest in peace, brother. We know you are with God. Well said. Stand up, citizens of the Republic, to reject political violence, defend free speech, serve your neighbor, and build institutions of courage. Choose light over rage. Argue, don't hate. Observe, warn, build. Take it to 13. Now go. It is a nice sentiment, Ruben. That's a nice sentiment. I'm trying to be as restrained as I can. VH becomes a member. Thank you, VH. Alex, RIP Charlie Kirk, saw the close-up video, horrified. It's bad. It's bad. Voyager for Aussie 299. 99% of Reddit are praising this disgusting. Yes. That's why I'm They are digging their own graves. And I don't mean that with any sort of threat intended. I mean, they're digging their own graves in terms of the normal people that are watching this think that that's horrific. Landsnack Zach asked for 5. Fucked up day when you got an atheist crying over a Christian. How ironic. Slain Hope for 5. Everyone who is baptized and swore to fight Satan needs to stand up and prepare themselves to fight the devil on his turf. Sell your cloak for a sword. You Slain Hope. Zeus, you were the one. This was a while ago, but the tweeted the suspects in custody. Thank you for alerting me to that. Matthew 5:9. If the identity of the shooter is a transmission, how much fuel would that add to the fire? A lot. The chances of that, I don't think are great necessarily, but we'll see. Charlie was a martyr for common sense, says Anima Chains. Tony G for 5. Van Jones called Kirk a racemonger 24 hours before his death. Now he posts prayers. Seeing that on IG stories is the most angering of all. Yeah. And look, I am not saying that Van Jones yesterday, by his comments, caused the death of Charlie Kirk. This seems much more planned out. This seems like this was not thrown together after seeing Van Jones on CNN last night. This seems much more planned out than that. But that type of shit is what led to this. There's no doubt. There's no fucking doubt that when you call people Nazis and white supremacists and racist and tell different little fucking communities, whether it's trans people, whether it's black people, whatever, you tell these people, like, look at what they're doing. They want to kill all of you. They want to exterminate you. They want to eliminate you. When you tell people that, this is the end fucking result. I used to joke, but we seriously need to bring back Insane Asylum, says Schwiz. Rooster Cogburn. God keep his family in your arms. Embrace your loved ones with all your life. Resolve to move forward with more strength than ever. Bless you all. Thank you, Rooster. Shooter. I'm a patsy. I'm a pat. Bam, bam. Let's hope that's not the case. Ned Steeler for 2. I just registered Republican. I can't anymore. You and a lot of other people, possibly. This is quite the chat. If you end the man willing to come to you and have a conversation, you won't like the ones that are left. Oof. President Balls for 20. Far leftists are not people and do not deserve to be treated as such. They're responsible for 100 million human deletions and want anyone who opposes their agenda gone. Mercy and forgiveness are for people. Just saying. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. Sleazy for $10. I'm fed posting on your behalf, Ryan. Thank you. Sleazy, I've seen some of the stuff you posted. So wait, TMZ celebrated his death. Somebody said on Loomer's feed. See if I can find it. Lauren Boebert requests a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. Democrats can be heard shouting no. TMZ. All right, we're going to watch this really quick. It's like a 3-minute video. I have not watched it yet, but supposedly this is TMZ as they're covering it. When the news comes into the newsroom, you can hear these people clapping and cheering.
We're going to see an image of this guy possibly in the next 20 minutes. The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Janet, go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead. All right, so is this ready to pull the trigger when you get Trump cut in a second? What did Trump say? Yeah, who sent it? So what?
So those cheers that you heard, people are saying that is the TMZ staff reacting to Charlie Kirk being dead. Listen one more time.
Go to have somebody look at the Fox.
Here's the thing. After this, and look, I don't want to give any grace to anybody, like any of these people, but the thing is, by the time Trump tweeted it out, here's the thing. By the time Trump tweeted it out, I felt like it had been a while since we had all known that he was dead. So I don't know it, like the timeline there. But let's watch the rest of it, see if it provide any more.
What did Trump say?
Yeah, who sent it?
So what did Trump say? Yeah, Trump just said he's dead. Yeah, he just said it. Okay.
And my sympathies
that up?
go out to his beautiful wife.
Like right now.
Yeah. True social. True social. It's number 2.
Yeah, like it's tough to tell from just that video. I get that it does seem like that, and I'm not going to sit there and like offer them too much grace or whatever. I don't fucking know if that's true. If that's what those people were celebrating, they wouldn't be the first ones today, and they would also be fucking scum of the earth just like the other ones. Life says he was answering a question about the T and LGBT when he was hit. I believe he was actually, this is why the thing is, there's a lot of questions surrounding it. The last thing that he was talking about was, I believe, like mass shootings, or at least something surrounding that, because he was talking about gang violence. That's what he was talking about, not like in that moment, that's what he was talking about. Which is why a lot of people are obviously speculating about, like, seems rather coincidental, like the timing for that. And if the person who asked the question could have potentially been if they were part of it. Those are all things that people are talking about right now. And I pray that we get all the information we could possibly want. Because we need it. We need everything. We need everything on the person who did this. Once it's official and they've concluded their investigation, they can safely... we need fucking everything on this pile of shit. Every Democrat has blood on their hands, in my opinion, says Slane Hope. You're Barmy. I want to see the first public deletion since 1936. Darth Gavel, never forget, never forgive. Mystics, Vegeta for 5. They have awakened a sleeping giant and filled it with terrible resolve. On Rumble, Skeels the R, if it helps. Skeels for short. I'll call you Skeels. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Even if it's the worst reason possible to watch. Midnight Light, the Middle East dance in the streets when 9/11. The left here are our country and dancing in the streets because Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Never forget, never reason with evil. R.I.P. Yeah, some shit you can't reason with, clearly. Canonize him as a saint unto the church. Yeah, I don't know how all that stuff works, obviously. I'm not Catholic, but Lee Harvey for 2. I'm marching Saturday in England. USA should too. Saturday. Is there a I don't know if there is a march in Saturday or for like all the stuff you guys have going on or not, but Lore Master Chris, I feel nothing but pity for those celebrating his death as they are doomed to Dante's Inferno. The lack of empathy is disgusting. Prayers to his family. Project Taco for 5. I love you, Ryan. No homo. Today, liberals on the left have proven how savage they are and how being one of them now, they have to be questioned. Thanks, Project Taco. Arm for 5. You are correct. It's to scare into silence, and they already did it to the fence sitter Tim Pool. I haven't seen any of Tim's coverage on it, so couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Albro Media, or AI Bro. Thanks for the stream, Ryan. Charlie was so sharp and bright for just being 31. God was working through him for sure. I wonder what's next. I don't know. I don't know what's next for Turning Point. I got no idea. Theo Taco for 5. Didn't like you day one. Now you earn my respect. Took you long enough. Cheers. Oh, fuck. Day one. So it only took 6 years. Finally wore you down. Thanks, Theo. Brando Boone for 5. Ryan, I think the person who asked him a question before he was shot was in on it. What he asked and ease happened is too coincidental. Yeah, like I said, I was just talking about that, separate from your super chat, but certainly I think people are interested to at least find the person who asked the question to talk to them, because it could have just been a coincidence. It's not like that's not something Charlie talks about, but with the way it was set up like that, you have to look into that. You absolutely have to look into that. No doubt. Jeff M for $20. All Charlie Kirk did was talk. He never threatened, never attacked anyone, just talked. That's it. And that's why this is so fucked up. That's why this is so fucked up. He's not someone who held office. He's not somebody that had power to create some law, anything to do that. He fucking talked to people. The man talked to people. He debated people on the ideas, and he tried to enact change through the proper democratic process. That is it. He was polite, and they murdered him. Dawnbreaker for $20. The only thing violent animals understand is violence. Live and let live is an out-of-date viewpoint that never works. Slick Rick for 5. The brainwashed masses who hang on to every untrue, hateful word the mainstream media spews are the biggest threat to this country and the citizens within. There's certainly a threat when you combine that with the people that are trying to do that. Yeah. Gray Soul, thank you for speaking so eloquently for us today, Ryan. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know if what I'm saying is eloquent. I really don't know. I'm just being honest. Probably by the time this stream is over, I'm going to have no memory of like the thoughts that came spewing out of my mouth. But I appreciate you guys being here and listening. And again, normally, just so you guys know, if it's your first time here or if you guys are always here, Wednesday nights, I usually do a stream talking about entertainment and pop culture and gaming. I stream on Sundays and Wednesdays, and I talk about that. And I make videos about that. I could not do that today. There was no way I was going to go live and talk about, the newest rumors for Avengers News. I couldn't do that today. And I also couldn't not go live. Because I had to. I feel like it's important to talk about this shit. I just watched a guy. All he did was talk. And he was such a big fucking threat that they did kill him and tried to silence everybody. So I felt like I had to talk. Like I had to talk about this. Berg Flicka drops $100 super chat and just says, stay loud. I'm trying, Berg Flicka. Thank you. Thank you for the support. And Jorge Barracuda. Jorge Barracuda with some U.S. flags, a sad face, an angry face, and a really fucking pissed face. I went I went through a range of emotions similar to that very fucking quickly today when I saw this shit. Very quickly. It's thank you for the big support. I appreciate you guys being here. Jeff, I said that one from Jeff. Thank you again, Jeff. Sent X Dems screamed no for a moment of silence for Kirk. Yeah, like the fucking Democrats, when I think Lauren Boebert said she will ask for a like either a moment of silence or a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk, and some Democrats shouted no. And then somebody else says you caused this, like shouting back and forth between them. Yep. There are two videos of the shooter, one on the roof line prone before the shot and one of the person running from the roof after the shot, says JR. I've been trying to click between my notifications and home and stuff like that. Harry Sisson, stop sharing that video of Charlie Kirk. It's horrific. His family doesn't deserve that. Just a total loss for words. No, you fucking massive pile of shit. You cock-sucking bitch. God damn. Jack Spooky, support Charlie with debate, not violence. Get out there, talk, make a YouTube channel and talk. Use your words to carry on his legacy. Oh, sure, Jack. Look, I'm certainly not advocating violence. It's not what I'm doing. I'm not doing a call to violence, nothing like that. I am saying people need to continue to speak. People need to continue to do exactly what Charlie was doing. All I am saying is there is so much fucking anger and people that are upset over this. I think we're headed towards a bad place. Mr. Scott for 5. Clown World has a post on X of a person named Omar that posted yesterday saying something big would happen today to Charlie. I did see that. I did see that. Like some random anonymous was like, Charlie Kirk's coming to my campus today. Hope he gets killed or some shit. And then he posted again, something big is going to happen tomorrow. That feels like a shit post to me. Just when I saw it, like that feels like a shit post. But I'm sure the FBI is going to be looking into it. Oh, there was a cash post about Omar. The comments on the cash post about Omar. Oh, man. There are pics. So that person named Omar, like I said, so here are the, and I'm hesitant sharing too much because so much is unknown. That guy that did get arrested already obviously wasn't the guy. But I'm going to read you these posts from somebody that was named Omar. This is what we just talked about. Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. And then again says, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. There's also a picture that someone included that I have no idea whether this is or is not this person. Definitely trans. 1,000% trans. But like my first gut is that feels like a shit post as opposed to an actual threat. And also, I don't think there's any way that this dude who's pretending to be, if this is really that person, I don't think there's any way that person is making that shot. Just my 2 cents. Just my 2 cents. Me and bro BYU, younger siblings, UVU alumni, RIP Kirk. You doge. Jim Distad, check the Oh, I did. Thank you. Super Tenor for 5. Hey, Ryan. Sadly, I saw the uncensored shot. It was horrific. I've never fainted, but I thought I might. Seeing that. Sad, sad day. It's awful. Will of the fans for 250. I'm not American, but I'm far beyond furious. I'm also the father of 2 very young daughters, and I'm now going to hold them. I think that is the best way to finish out this night, Will of the fans. There's no way to combat a war of ideas when one side brings bullets. Nick Percival for 20 pounds. I had the good fortune to meet Mr. Kirk recently when he came to the UK. Very clever bloke, very clued up and genuinely likable. The world lost a good man today, and we're all a lot poorer for his passing. R.I.P. Well said, Nick. And I'm glad you got to meet him. Like I said, I've been able to meet him a handful of times, talk to him a little bit, tiny bit. The couple of TPUSA events I've been to. Really nice guy. Really nice guy. Jerk off Juggernaut for 10, the usual suspect. And then Dio Brando says he a fruit. I think maybe referring to the person who shot Charlie. Brian Ross, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I've kept the faith. And now there is in store for me a crown of righteousness. Amen. The Smart Review, Ryan, be safe out there. It's crazy times. I had a lot of reminders of that today. I've had a lot of reminders. The Raven and Writing Desk for Canadian $10. Doesn't say anything. Dark the Dam for 10. I'm not American, but this disgusts me. What does this world come to when people laugh at stuff like this? I'm utterly disgusted, and total sympathies are for Charlie's families. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. It's like this celebrating shit. Like, it's the pure joy and excitement and how there are some people that are so happy about it that is like the disturbing shit to me. Pippi, this is going to have a huge impact on Gen Z. They just turned him into a martyr. No one should have to die for having a different opinion. It's going to be huge. And the fact that it did take place on a college campus, there's like another element to it there. They want to shut down these events. They don't want people going and talking to the young people. They want them to stay indoctrinated at their fucking colleges. They don't want people that are making an impact on 18 to 25-year-old voters. They don't want that. Palinko, I changed my mind. We won't need asylums anymore. Well, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Fantastic, Mr. Knox. I haven't turned to Christianity yet, but Charlie will. All right, hold on. I just got a message from Jeremy telling me to look at something. So I'm going to pull that up real quick. I haven't turned to Christianity yet, but maybe Charlie will make me consider it. I find it sickening that lefties are cheering on his death. What I would say, fantastic, Mr. Knox, is don't wait. Don't wait. Don't think that you're going to have time. Don't think that you'll think about it later. I just saw this posted from Harrison Smith. Jeremy sent me this, and I agree. And this is what I said on Jeremy's stream. It's what I said early on here. Like, as sad as this is, Charlie Kirk won forever. His name will echo into eternity. They didn't kill him. They made him immortal. And that's all true. They not made him a martyr. And the reality is, this is a person who debated with people. This is a person who spoke to people. This is a person who changed minds. And that's what they were all about, was speaking and getting out there and talking to people about this stuff. They couldn't beat him. He was beating them. They couldn't beat him, so they fucking killed him. They couldn't argue with him anymore. They couldn't win the argument, so they had him killed. Jacob, there are some monsters. They're the same monsters that praised Luigi. Wow. Breaking news. And thanks to Jeremy for sharing this. This is from Eric Daughtry. Breaking, subject in custody in the killing of Charlie Kirk reported Zachariah Ahmed Qureshi. This is posted 2 minutes ago. I don't even know what to think about the way this person looks and their name. Zachariah Ahmed Qureshi. Let's put this, let's run this through a search real quick and see what else we got on this. See if anybody else posted about this. Harrison Butker, kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, is like sharing his text messages with Charlie and them sharing Bible verses and stuff. Man. It's a lot. I can confirm the person of interest is in custody. Oh, man. All right, let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Where am I? Let's go here. So obviously that's not the only place we're seeing a lot of it. Date of birth 5/12/2000. Now again, this is just what's being put out there. I'm just sharing what's out there, everybody. This is his LinkedIn. Went to BYU. Zach Qureshi. Person in custody. Here's somebody that's tweeting out. Here's the socials. Jesus. "25 years old. CNN report the individual who shot and killed Charlie Kirk is 25 years old. It looks like this is the motherfucker, possibly. But I'm going to be real. We need a lot more information. So now obviously everybody is running with it. I'm being very careful as I scroll, obviously. Bro, you're really fucking censoring assassination, Red Wave Press? Like, you censoring assassination? Are you serious? Now some people are saying he was released. I'm looking at what Cash said. Did Cash say they released him? So apparently the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information of interest of transparency. So that was the guy. That was the suspect, the person of interest, has been released. So apparently he didn't do it. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. So like just to be clear, this was reported at 7:59, right? It started coming out a little bit before that. This is the subject in custody, Zachariah Ahmed Qureshi. At 7:59, Cash says this. The subject in custody has been released after interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues. Will continue to release information in interest of transparency. They don't have the motherfucker. They don't fucking know who. They don't have the motherfucker. This is incredibly concerning. Now, they did talk a little bit at the press conference. When we reacted to the press conference, what did I tell you guys? The way that they phrased the person of interest and stuff like that, it felt weird. They did say they have CCTV. They got closed circuit television, like, for some of the stuff. Obviously not great quality. I don't want to go down conspiracy rabbit holes. I don't want to do anything like that, okay? I'm just saying, if they don't get him, if they don't find this person, Gary says, I do. Yeah, I know Gary wants to go to. What I'm saying is, we're all thinking exactly the same thing right now. We are all thinking exactly the same thing right now about who this potentially was, inside job, professional, like all the. That's what we're all thinking. If they do not find him, the. The scandal that will ensue is wild. Bring on Gary if you don't want to do conspiracies. Gary and Jeremy are free to come on if they want. We're just reading super chat stuff, but they're free to come on. I can send them the link. This is crazy. The person of interest. You know, they never really said suspect. Oh, and I guess we never watched this video either. The video of somebody running on the top of the building after Charlie Kirk was shot. I want to see if I can find it. Yeah, dude. So we never actually shared. Here, let me share actually. I'm so mad. I'm like all mixed up right now. Let me share the link. I don't even know if they want to come on. They certainly don't need to. But if they want to, they can. D-Day Cobra. The link will actually send. Try again. Twitter is obliterated right now. Like, even just sending DMs is tough. Oh, maybe I'll just send it here. If it doesn't want to go there. Where's Gary at? Where's Nerderotic? If they want, no pressure. We're just reading here. So I was not expecting to get that. I was not expecting to get the news. I was not expecting to get the news that they do not have the fucking guy yet. Are you kidding me? But check this. I missed this way earlier. Obviously, this is old, but we haven't watched it on this stream. So keep an eye up here after the shot, and you can see somebody running. You can see the shooter on the roof running. Right there. Keep an eye on this person there running back. Watch this shit. At least it looks like they're running. And obviously, it's hard even for me to see, and it's much closer. But if you see right there as it's panning, that person's bolting that way. Can only imagine how like horrifying that would be. Ugh. That's fucking crazy. But yes, in response to this, Fantastic Mr. Knox, I would say don't wait. I would say don't wait. Jacob Wolf, same monsters praise Luigi. Yes. Xavier Saviorheart for 5. Good day, Ryan. They're all coming for us. We can't give them any more tolerance. We must draw, steal, and fight. True. Be rocking for 5. They may have struck him down, but he is more powerful than ever. R.I.P. Charlie. It's the unfortunate, like, truth, you know? Darth Gavel, regulators mount up. Go for broke for $5. Positively patriotic for 5. Will South Park have anything to say about losing the master debater? He was all class, leaning right into it. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, Godspeed. I am very curious about that. I'm not going to lie. I'm very curious about that. Obviously, if they had any plans for him and upcoming stuff, not happening. But I don't know if they're going to make any mention of it or what. I really don't know. FMJHP with 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you. I know we had some big ones come in as well. Let me see if I can make sure to hit some of those. Kevin Hunts for $50. Do you think the Amish that are making all these anti-white Christ movies and news, or it may be the juice? Kevin, I don't know. I don't think the Amish are making too many movies, but another conspiracy for another day. John Murdoch for 5. I missed Jeremy's stream earlier. It's a sad day for America. Prayers for Charlie Kirk's family. It's a sad fucking day. It is a frustrating day. It's an angry day. It is a rage-filled day. Over on the Rumble side, we got a $50 Rumble rant from Croco Drunk for 50. Says, we're all thinking the same thing right now. Yes. The idea that they do not have the person in custody that did this, we are all thinking exactly the same fucking thing. Sky Shrimp for 2. The death penalty isn't used enough in this day and age. Prison isn't for rehabilitation. It's a punishment. And for evil people, sometimes prison isn't enough. I don't disagree with you. Ronan for 2. News of Kirk's passing was bad enough when I learned it on Jeremy's cast, but now I just saw the video for the first time. Not an avid Kirk fan or conservative, but this is beyond nuts. This is evil. And that's why I said, Ronan, I said it on Jeremy's stream and I maintain it. It sucks to watch, but I think everybody should watch it. I think everybody needs to know and understand the type of fucking evil shit that's out there. Kevin Hunts, Ryan, start a new FBI. It's ours is garbage. Well, thank you, Kevin. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Kash Patel, certainly, with all this going on. Welcome to the stream, D-Day Cobra.
What up, man?
How you doing? Decompress a little bit after all that stuff?
A little. It's still like I still can't process it, man. I really can't. I don't know what to think. You know, I go in, see my mom. My mom's bawling. Not for Charlie Kirk, because she thinks that I'm next. And I was like, Mom, Charlie Kirk's kind of like in another stratosphere. Like in her mind, like I'm equal to him. And I'm like, okay, you know, but I get it. You know,
I'm getting the same. I'm getting like similar stuff.
Yeah.
I
And
get it.
so I've been having to kind of like, you know, make my family understand that like I am not in any way near, like I'm an aunt, you know, to these guys, but that's where it's at, you know. So everybody's scared, everybody's worried, you know. That's kind of where the whole thing is right now.
And you know what, Jeremy? That's the point.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
The point of it.
Yeah,
that's why this happened.
Mm-hmm.
That is the end goal. And I said it earlier when I started, but even though it is frightening and scary to some people in a way, and it shakes you, the best way to make Charlie Kirk's name not ever be forgotten and to be immortalized, like Harrison Smith said, is to continue to speak, because that's what he did. You don't think Charlie Kirk knew that people were coming for him? Like that this is a possibility, that someday this might happen to him? He absolutely fucking did.
Yep.
He 1000% knew, and he did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that for anybody, and welcome Gary to the stream, but for anybody that has a voice like that, if you want to honor Charlie Kirk, it is to keep speaking.
1000%. And that's exactly what the fuck we're going to keep doing. We aren't stopping. You know, I'm not scared or anything like that. I'm on alert for sure, but I'm not scared. And you're never going. And me and Ryan live in the state of Florida. Gary's in Texas. We're good. So, you know, so I mean, I'm not scared at all. But the idea is to intimidate you. And if you were so bothered by Charlie Kirk using his words, you just created 1 million more Charlie Kirks today.
Yep.
That's what you did. The New York Yankees just honored Charlie Kirk.
Really?
Yes, the New York fucking Yankees.
Sports teams, like I see athletes, Lamar Jackson, like I see athletes across the spectrum. I see sports commentators across the spectrum that never in 1 million years would say anything political.
Yep.
That are now speaking out about this.
Mm-hmm. I saw Brock Lesnar's daughter put a rest in peace on her Instagram. Rey Mysterio's daughter put a rest in peace Charlie Kirk on her Instagram. It's transcended everything. I said this, I was talking to someone on the phone just a few minutes ago. I don't know if this is hyperbole or not. This is bigger than the Trump assassination attempt. I think it's bigger.
Well, this is a death of a cultural hero.
Yes.
Right. And as Ryan said, he's a martyr now. You're going to see, and t-shirts, pictures, his image is going to inspire a lot of more people. And that's amazing. That's
the New York Yankees are honoring Charlie Kirk's memory. This is monumental. The New York Yankees are the single most, I would say, iconic, influential team in sports history, at least American sports history. They are the symbol for team sports in America. And for them to honor Charlie Kirk speaks volumes about where we are right now and what happened today. And every fucking franchise better honor him. Everybody. I saw Clay Travis tweet out about how he was a major Oregon Ducks fan. Charlie was. And Clay Travis basically said, I hope you guys are going to honor him.
He was a Cubs fan. He was at Wrigley Field the other day and took took pictures with a couple of the players, and of course those players got attacked relentlessly for taking a picture with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, this is, and I said it immediately. I said it to my friend. I said it to you when I got on the stream, Jeremy, that this is like, it affected me more than Trump did, and it feels different than Trump did and it's not just because he died, being honest. If Charlie would have survived this, it still would have felt different. But obviously it's next level because he actually passed.
And the visual that we got from it, the visual is awful.
The visual that we got and who he is and what he does. He is not a politician. He is not a holder of any office. He is not making laws or enforcing laws or anything like that. He's not signing executive orders. He's fucking talking to people.
Yep.
And that's, to me, why it's more impactful and matters like more, why more people are like seeing this shit. So
the message is you can kill Charlie Kirk, but you can't kill all of us. That's the bottom line. There's a lot of motherfuckers that you just basically you rattled the cage today. Literally, that's what happened today. You rattled the cage, and we are like, I have changed. I am fundamentally changed at this point. Like I'm ready to start blocking these fucking losers on Twitter. I've never blocked people on Twitter, and I'm like, I'm done with your shit. Like, I don't care. I don't want to hear you. You don't deserve a voice in my mentions anymore. They create their leftist echo chambers on social media all the time. You remember the Disney Star Wars fans? They used to block us all out, and then they would block all of our followers, but they would leave us unblocked, and then they would try to bring us in, and then we would get swarmed by that. That's their tactics right there. That's exactly how they operate. These people are fucking evil, man. They really are. And what we're seeing right now with the reaction online, they're showing you exactly who they are.
Yep.
Evil exists in this world, and they are showing the world who they are today.
And when
they
they
can't
do that,
help it. They can't help
believe them.
Yes, absolutely.
And the other thing, it was one thing when we had a person of interest in custody. They no longer have anyone in custody. They no longer have anyone in custody with any connection to this.
This is the weirdest thing. So the reason I sent you, do you follow Eric Doherty?
I don't know if I follow him, but
he's a fantastic follow. Like, he is gold. Now, he removed that tweet I think I sent you right after the cash thing, because if Eric tweets it out, I'm like, okay, it's good. You know what I mean? And then that was a weird story. So, like, I don't know what to think right now, man.
Where's your head going, Gary?
Where's my head going with well, he's in the wind. I think anybody, no amateur gets away with this quickly, especially if there's CTV footage. Listen, I obviously can't fire guns. It's against the law for me to fire guns. My wife has a wonderful gun collection, but I would guess that a 200-yard shot from a roof hitting somebody right in the fucking jugular, pretty difficult shot. I would say that's a pretty difficult shot.
Yes.
If they don't catch him in the next 48 hours, like, what do they have? Unless they have a license plate, a witness who sees him in any way, he could be gone forever. And again, former military, who knows? But it didn't look amateurish to me.
I don't think a 200-yard. It's going to depend on the rifle and the scope and stuff like that, right? However, it's not like, oh my God, only like 3 people in the world can. It's not like that, right? No. It's not like it is also not just, well, that's super simple and easy and anyone can do it with no training type of thing, right? The thing is, and people are saying, how could nobody have seen it? Like, whatever, no cameras, blah, blah, blah. But if he got up on that roof, hopefully the way he got up there was some sort of surveillance or whatever to see him get up there. How did he find his way up there? All of these things are going to be asking the question. They're going to find everything they can. However, if this is where my head's at, it would be one thing if they had a lead right now. The fact that you had a person of interest in custody and then released them after something like this tells me they don't have shit. That person's not connected to it at all.
Literally,
which means
two
they
people.
don't have
Yeah.
shit.
So they had to let 2 people go. And the reality of the situation is this is a Utah university. The security was not like it would be even at, a major California university. A lot of opportunities to take advantage of the situation. It's in a smaller town. Like we saw was it the governor was talking about, like, or was, I think it was one of the law enforcement officers of the school said, hey, we're small. We're not prepared for this at all. Which you would think the shooter probably maybe knew. I don't necessarily think it's an inside job. I think it is a political assassination. If you ask me where my head is at, it's from the left somewhere. It's from the left, be it mobilized militaristic. That's what Antifa is. Antifa's an organization that is funded, well funded, and can be coordinated when they need to be coordinated. We saw that during the riots. We've seen pallets of bricks delivered. We saw gas masks being passed out in LA. Like, that shit happens. It absolutely happens. Where it comes from, I don't fucking know. But I don't think this was just. Well, I also don't think the original Trump assassination was just some kid. I don't buy that shit for a fucking second. I believe there's assets all over the place, and there's been evidence in the past of this kind of stuff happen. But if he doesn't get caught in the next 48 hours, like without any witnesses, and there was so much chaos there,
and if he was able to get out of this right now over the next 48 hours, like what's the chance of him leaving any traces to be caught beyond that? Not good.
Unless he's stupid and does something, and then that'll be an amateur. It just doesn't feel that way. Feels like they should have caught him by now. And I'm sure Charlie had security. I'm 100% positive he had security there. He's got personal security. Yeah, like 100% sure. But like, that's such a big event that you can't have the kind of security you would have, obviously, for a president or a governor or anybody else. And this is going to wake a lot of speakers up to maybe being a little more careful about that in the future, which they should. But I think it's crazy that we don't have anybody in custody right now, and it makes it even more demoralizing in a way. It's already dark day. Not gonna lie, I was kind of happy when I heard they had somebody, and now they don't.
Yeah, it's been an emotional roller coaster today, from seeing the video, basically coming to the conclusion that there's almost zero chance that there's pretty much no chance he can survive this, to then getting the reports that he's alive at the hospital, he's in critical but stable condition. And you're like, that doesn't even seem possible, but thank God if this is, and then all of a sudden we get the news that he's dead. And then, they got somebody in custody. Okay, we've got someone. Here it is. And then nothing. This has been a literal roller coaster.
Yeah.
Today.
I mean, it could absolutely be a coincidence. I mean, it's not unusual for Charlie Kirk to get asked about trans shooters at an event.
Yeah.
But I mean, again,
like
I have an
mass shootings, trans
Yeah.
people, gun violence. Like, these are things he talks about.
These are things he talks about all the time. But it is awfully strange that
the timing is very, and it happened very early on. They said, I can't remember if someone was talking about it. It happened like very early on after his appearance. Like, it wasn't long after he made the public appearance there.
Yeah, it's not like he was sitting there forever.
Right.
Yeah, fucking Keir Starmer said something, and I saw Tommy Robinson respond like immediately. Keir Starmer, the UK PM, was like, "This is terrible." He's all, "Listen, mate, fuck you," and I agree. I agree with Tommy in this one. It's like him and Newsom. Of course, they gotta acknowledge it, right? But Newsom's acknowledgement is, political violence is terrible here. Yeah. Who's behind it? Somebody's sharing the clip of him on that podcast sitting like a chick, on a toilet, going, we're gonna fight fire with fire. It's like, you fuckers are behind this. You fuckers are behind this. The left, the mainstream media, And did MSNBC was forced to apologize for that dude earlier
They did.
today?
They put out an apology post for the guy who said, "Well, when you peddle hate, this is what happens."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Disgusting fucking people.
Couldn't agree more. But it's your hate. It's your hate. We've all talked about this, but this is some of the stuff we talked about when we were talking about Star Wars was actually bigger than Star Wars, folks. When we see division in fandom, we see the seeds of division being baked into a Star Trek show. You know, when you make something like Watchmen, which is one of the most hateful pieces of art I've ever fucking seen, it sows the seeds of division. And when it's the same note, white supremacy. What's fucking Peacemaker season 1 about? White supremacy. What's the fucking
about?
What's season 2 about? White supremacy. Like it over and over again. And that's just in the art. And that's not counting the people talking about it on Reddit right now and celebrating right now. Fucking DC Comics writer. Fucking just basically celebrated his death. And if that person is still working at DC by tomorrow, I'll be surprised. And if they are by Friday, we'll fucking talk about it. We'll absolutely talk about it.
What was that show on Netflix that recently released where they race swapped the kid that committed the killing or the murder?
Oh, that
I didn't watch it.
You know what I'm talking about.
100%. Yes.
That is perfectly in line with all the shit that you just got done talking about. Yeah. Disgusting that they did that. And we've seen the memes with the train killing the other day, and how people have put the Netflix, like if Netflix is going to tell the story and how they'll make it a little black girl and an evil white man standing over her. They do this for a reason. Did you see what I retweeted with Corey Harrison, what he said? Ryan, go to my Twitter from Pawn Stars.
I did see a video from him, but I didn't see what he said.
Oh yeah,
he's got a Padre hat on, by the way.
Play that shit. It's fucking good, man, and it's 100% on point. I love it. Got Rick out there being. Here we go, right here.
Well, we lost a great one today, guys. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I never thought I'd agree with Democrats, man. Thoughts and prayers aren't enough this time. There needs to be action. I'm done with this. This is ridiculous. You guys ever notice it's one side? It's one side every single time. Do you know what happens when you sit there, CNN, MSNBC, when you sit there and you demonize somebody, you call them a Nazi? Nazis are supposed to be evil. You're literally telling the entire country, that every one of your viewers, everybody that watches you online, that this man, it's okay to kill Nazis, right? You don't like the way he thinks. Who's the Nazi? You guys literally let this man die on your watch. You guys are the one that contributed to this. It was every single one of you that supported anything that they said. Every Democrat, every news channel, anybody that ever said, if you don't think the way we think, this man is a Nazi. This man had 3 children. He was a pastor. He was a father, and he was loved by a bunch of people. You guys killed this man, whether you pulled the trigger yourself. There needs to be action. There needs to be something done. And there needs to be perp walks for this. You guys created a monster. You guys have to deal with it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What was the mantra back during the first Trump's presidency from arts and entertainment, mainly from comics, Ryan? Punch Nazis. I'm going to go punch some fucking Nazis. Well, they've stepped it up a bit.
They definitely have. This has always been what, and once you determine that someone is a literal Nazi, you take all of their humanity away in the eyes of the person that is calling them that. And that's what they have created.
If you successfully gaslight people like that, right? If you gaslight a certain portion of people that is true, then it becomes justifiable. When you gaslight trans people into believing that because Charlie Kirk won't say the pronouns the way you want to say, that equates to he wants to erase you from existence, which means he wants to kill you, which makes it okay to want to kill him, right? Like that's the thought process. That's the loop. That's the direction that heads. And look, I think there's some people where it is very intentional. Like when it comes to some people in the media, some people that are behind the talking points of the media. I think there's also a lot of people that are just kind of all wrapped up in the thing, and don't necessarily intend for things to go that way and just got caught up. But regardless, that's where we are because of it. And I put that tweet out. Like the media has blood on their hands for this. Like bottom line,
they do.
There's no question.
Nope.
And
Yeah,
fuck,
go ahead.
it might be the only blood we ever find out about.
Unfortunately,
Based on cash. So
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you're stepping away from it. Really, I still have not. I don't think I still haven't processed it. Like, I still haven't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even. The reason I'm really insecure about the stream earlier because I don't really remember much about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't remember much about this stream because my head was spinning the whole fucking time.
I just said that, like, when I don't really remember what I've said, like most of this stream, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
someone's like, "Thank you for speaking so eloquently." I'm like, I don't know what I said.
Yeah, it's just this has been a tough day, and I just feel so bad for his family and his friends. I didn't know Charlie. I think Ryan met him a couple times, at Turning Point events. But he obviously was a giant in the world of this conservative movement, and he knew everyone. All of the major players were very good friends with Charlie Kirk. I used to have a weird kind of perception of him. And then I think it was like a year or two ago, I was like, I shouldn't have said that about Charlie Kirk. Because I said like he was a used car salesman or something like that. It's just, he was always everywhere. You know what I mean? And so like it was about 2 years ago, I think, or a year and a half ago. And I was like, I was too hard on Charlie Kirk because this guy is massively important to this whole entire movement. And I didn't still watch the guy. I didn't find him particularly entertaining to watch, but he created something that is just, it's hard to comprehend how big Turning Point USA was and influential it was. But he did that, and he built strong relationships with the most powerful people in this country. And I hope that that is going to lead them to doing everything in their power to finding out the truth about what happened today, because this is something that has impacted everyone well beyond the world of politics.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about sports. Matt Shaw, who's the third baseman for the Cubs, is scratched from tonight's lineup. He knew Charlie Kirk. And so he's out of the lineup tonight because of it. And so you had half these people like complaining and bitching about that, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, this was the tweet that blew up a couple weeks ago. Matt Shaw and Matt Bush. But with Charlie at Wrigley Field taking a picture. But yeah, Matt Shaw's been scratched from tonight's lineup for personal reasons after Charlie's death.
What was this DC official account, Gary, that you were tweeting about? Is that like a official Warner Brothers account, or is that a fan account?
So
it's a writer for Red Hood, right?
It's a writer for Red Hood. Number one.
I got it.
You got it. Yeah. This was a Blue Sky post. They have since been, I think, suspended on Blue Sky. But this is Gretchen. Not really sure. I don't. Probably not a woman.
Tough to know. Very fat. Possibly a woman. Possibly not.
Possibly
Who knows?
not.
But after this, someone shot Charlie Kirk at a university. Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm. So everybody's been adding DC official on this.
There you go, Ryan.
Kindness
Private
is
chat.
the new punk rock, everybody.
Private chat, Ryan.
Yeah.
That'll give you the image you're looking for.
Oh no, we get to actually see who this is. Oh
Jesus
my
Christ. It is not pretty. Woof.
DC Comics writer Gretchen Felker Martin mocks Charlie Kirk shooting.
Yeah.
What a fucking disgusting fat bitch.
Yep. And I honestly can't tell.
Yeah,
I still can't tell. I still can't tell.
Fat can cover up a lot.
It
Right? For
can.
trans people, being fat might be the best thing to actually blend in because then it makes it much tougher. Makes it much tougher to tell if you got tits. Makes it much tougher to tell if you got an Adam's apple. Makes it much tougher to tell if your jawline looks like a man because you're fucking fat. So we don't know. We don't know when it comes to Gretchen.
I'd be utterly surprised if Gretchen ever got a gig in comic books again, even after this. But I mean, everybody at DC Comics probably feels the way it does.
Did you see what Asmongold said to the Kranzenstein guy?
Oh,
No.
yeah, he put him on blast. Cranston came out and was like,
yeah.
At FBI, because somebody messaged him like, fuck you, I'm coming for you. And he's like, at FBI director, please look into this. And Asmongold's like, fuck you. Like, you were the ones that did this. You're the ones that did the 86-47 shirt. You're the ones that played fast and loose. You're the ones that started this shit. Don't go fucking whining now that it's coming for you.
Yep. Asmon said, you thought you were cute with the 86-47 shirts and other coded calls for violence. Now it's happening to you. It's not going to stop. Now it's only going to get worse. And no one should have sympathy for you. Be safe. Fucking perfect. Perfect response from Asmon.
Andrew Fay for $50 says, brother, I'm furious right now. On social media, these communist liberals are absolutely vile. I've never wanted to reach through the screen and serve justice. They act bold, but they're always hiding behind their screens. Keep the momentum alive.
As I said earlier, it's the saying, don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. And they are exposing themselves right now to the world. Don't lose your head and don't fall into their trap, because that's what they want you to do. Yeah. Because you got a thousand of them right now saying the most vile shit ever. One non-leftist says something that's just like what they're saying, and they're going to try to turn it around on you. Just let them do their thing. Let them show the world who they are.
This is what I said earlier, that for a lot of people that are somewhere in the middle, maybe a little right, maybe a little left, maybe down the middle, maybe you don't care too much either way, this moment is going to be big because of Charlie Kirk's death, because of the public nature of it, because of the shooting, because of the video. It's going to be huge. Like, for people to realize that there are people like that that are trying to silence people like this. That's going to be a move that makes a lot of people wake up and realize what the fuck's going on. What might have a bigger impact are the thousands and thousands and thousands of people on the left who are acting that way. Because if that is what they're doing, if they're cheering, if they're celebrating, if they're doing all of this stuff, to a normal person, they are disgusted by it. They will flee from that, and they will not want to be associated with that. Like, so it's not just about this, it's about the reaction. Health Minister of Belgium for $50 says that DC writer looks like me. Yes, she does, actually, Health Minister of Belgium. Maybe even bigger. And
maybe she ate the Health Minister of Belgium.
There's no telling the amount of things that woman's eaten. God, dude. This thing's fucking crazy. I keep waiting for leftists to say, are we the baddies? Still waiting. I think you're going to be waiting a while, Dio. Bo Briscoe. Hey, brother. Love you in the whole corner of the internet. That's all from me today. Thanks, Bo. Can you do a collab, Ryan, with Jeremy the Fig and Gary, fundraiser for his wife and kids? Love you, bro. No Diddy. Says Cornholio. Oh, there we go. We can see what's going on. Obviously, I think, like we said, the only thing we have, the closest thing to a statement we have from the family is TPUSA basically saying, let's try to leave them alone for now, type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to sound insensitive on that, but the bottom line is I think the family is going to be well taken care of once they have decided the way they want to move forward. We can look into whatever those options are.
Yeah.
But I mean, right now they've got the highest levels of the government in contact. And I think that from that perspective, there's nothing we or, as a couple of YouTubers can do anything yet. But once there's more information, for sure, we can look into any ways to assist. But yeah, it's I think they need time more than anything right now, and they've got the support.
They need to
of-
find this motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm saying the family. The family needs time. They've got the support system of their friends and family. I think that's the most important thing they need right now.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean for the family too. One of the things a family needs is for them to find this motherfucker.
Yeah, 100%. That is the number one focus from that perspective right now.
B-Man, hate it or love him, Charlie had a good heart. Fought for what he believed in. I will miss him. Crazy, I was only 31 yet accomplished so much.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
More than I'm going to do in 50 years for sure.
You gonna make it to 50?
We'll see. Today's been a day. Victor Villadev for 10. I'm with you, Ryan. It almost hit me in a really weird way, and I think mostly because all the conservatives, he was the one who was the most innocent one. We have entered a true turning point. It feels like that. I've avoided using that phrase like Jeremy did on his stream.
It's pretty accurate, man. It's pretty
it
on
is,
point.
Which is why it's been tough to avoid it.
Mm-hmm. It's very on point and very accurate.
It's like moments, you know. Go ahead, Gary.
You were talking, sorry, Ryan. You were talking about it earlier just from like seeing sports figures and stuff, but I'm hearing from like other content creators who never, ever talk about politics, getting messages from them like, what the fuck? And like, this is, shit's changed. This is a flashpoint. I don't know how we come back from that. I was asked at the end of the nooner, I couldn't answer the fucking question. Somebody asked like, how do we heal as a nation after this? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Right now, we are so far away from healing, which sucks. Because we thought with the cultural shift, maybe that can start. But no. I mean, and we got to face that reality, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't mean
this
it's the
is
end of the world, but it just means we got to fight in our hands.
This is a perfect storm, a perfect storm scenario right now that I feel is lining up for a reason. I mean, you know, with everything that happened with that girl, his last message on Twitter anyway that I found was about the girl, and then the visual of what we saw. It's one thing. Again, visual matters. It just does. Video evidence matters. As sports fans, Ryan, we remember if Ray Rice hits his old lady without video, nobody's going to be outraged.
Nobody cares.
That video fundamentally changed everything about that story. It just does. That's the reality of the situation.
Turned the suspension from 2 games to a season.
Yes, it did.
When the video showed exactly what had been described.
Yes.
And that description was out there for 1 or 2 weeks before the video popped up.
A while, a week.
Yeah,
it was at least
like
a week. Yeah.
Yeah. But I in my lifetime, and I hope if somebody thinks I'm speaking out of line, please let me know. But in my lifetime, I don't think there's ever been a more visually appalling moment for a major figure that's ever been recorded.
Yeah, tomorrow is 9/11, right? So obviously that is
individual, though, but I'm talking about individual person.
100%. I thought I'd bring that up because I think people might go there, but
yeah,
in terms of that, obviously thousands of deaths, the destruction of these buildings in like the most famous city in the world, like all this stuff. But if you're just talking about like an individual, an assassination attempt, a death, whatever,
people are saying JFK. It's in my lifetime.
In my lifetime, I'm with you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Now maybe we are prisoners of the moment a little bit, but that's just what it feels like to me.
It's just so graphic and so disgusting. And it's going everywhere. Everybody's seeing this right now. There's so many different angles of it that, I mean, a lot of people, I don't remember if it was you, Ryan, somebody, I don't remember. Someone said they thought it was AI, when they first saw it, like, I don't know if somebody said that to me. But it's rough, man. So with all the momentum that was happening already, and now this and the visuals we're getting, and now you're seeing the New York Yankees and people that never talk about politics, and people are affected. I've seen a lot of sports figures on social media reacting to this. This is a defining moment, I believe.
And it's as unfortunate as it can possibly be. But I think we do have to accept that reality that this is a moment that things change. And maybe everybody feels different a couple days from now or a week from now or a month from now, but for right now, what I feel is tomorrow you're going to have millions and millions and millions of more people waking up with the knowledge that there are people out there, a significant amount of people, that if you don't agree with them, not only do they want you to die, they want to kill you.
They want to kill
Go
you.
ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, but President Trump has just uploaded a 4-minute video to True Social, if you want, and it's titled "To My Fellow Americans." I'm assuming this is going to be about Charlie Kirk.
Do we have it on Twitter?
I have it on Truth. Do you want me to just share my
If you
screen?
could share it, yeah.
Let me see if I can just share my screen here. Okay, right here. Okay.
I'm filled with grief and anger at Utah. To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory May God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
There you have it.
That about 3 minutes in or so, or 2.5, when he started talking about organizations and stuff like that that led to this, that could be pretty wide sweeping. It's going to be interesting to see what comes.
Always
of
been
it.
curious why they never really, or we never heard publicly why they haven't really gone after the funding of Antifa, BLM.
Yep.
We just never fucking heard it ever. And they're clearly funded. They were bussed in some places. People have to pay for that. USAID, maybe.
I don't know what happened with TMZ, but have you guys seen where there was some laughter around the Charlie?
Yeah.
And now they've released an apology, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was. I heard, I could be wrong, that it was they were reacting to a police chase or something like that. But
like in a different portion of the studio, like a police chase came. That was the excuse. I don't know what they have said. When I reacted to the video, so there's basically like you can hear woo yeah like that, and then 10 seconds later he gets the message that Trump just sent out a truth social about Charlie Kirk being dead. The thing for it was like for me, we were all reacting to it. The reports about Charlie passing had been pretty well before Trump put it out there. You know what I mean? So there just wasn't enough for me to 100% be all in on they absolutely were laughing at this, but it wouldn't shock anybody. It wouldn't surprise anybody at all.
No.
Yeah.
TMZ are scumbuckets.
What an awful situation, man. My goodness.
What was their apology? What did they say?
I didn't read I didn't click the link. I saw the controversy around people complaining about it. It was, well, when I say people, it was Laura Loomer was complaining about it. So I always kind of like, so then I saw them address it. It's like, oh, there must be more blowback than just Laura Loomer.
I love how the article is on TMZ.
Yeah.
Of course.
We want to address something that happened during our TMZ live stream coverage of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. As Harvey and Charles were reported the developments in our newsroom, there was employees in another part of the building watching a car chase. The people watching that car chase began laughing and clapping in reaction to what they were seeing, but we want to make it clear they were not cheering in response to the assassination. Nevertheless, watching a car chase at that moment was tone deaf, and the sounds of laughter at a crucial moment were totally out of line. We apologize to anyone who heard this as we were in the middle of covering such a tragic story. That's their full statement about it.
There's a lot going on in their studio. I could see that.
Yeah,
I could.
My first pass of it did not. I was not like, oh, I can't believe. Like it was like, well, I don't really know type of thing.
Yeah.
And again, the timeline for me, it would have hard for me to imagine that news hadn't already been out, but we hadn't heard like Trump's thing about it and stuff. I don't know. There is a lot there's been a lot going on with this story, from multiple people arrested to people putting this and this and look at this person on the side of the road, stuff like that. So I don't know, man. Doug B for $50 says Benny's video heartbreak.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I saw Benny uploaded a video. I sent Benny a message earlier, just letting him know, thinking about him. So I haven't seen his video yet, but I plan on watching it later.
Yeah,
it's been hard. Like I haven't wanted to watch a ton of videos about it because it's so fucking difficult, man. Because hearing everybody's, story about, the people that knew him, the Tim Pools, the Glenn Beggs, Benny Johnsons, all these guys. It's so hard, man.
I mean, Glenn Beck was having trouble keeping it together, and understandably so. His daughter was there as well, like with Charlie at the event and everything. So
I mean, did you see this right here? Look at this. Right here. Look at this.
I gotta add it.
Yeah.
Charlie said this when he was 17. I am 17, high school student. Listen to you every day. I speak for local tea parties about debt and deficit. Fight liberal bias. That's crazy.
That is tough, man.
That's
That is
crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, this is hitting a lot of people in a lot of ways. You know, like I said earlier, but like people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder probably are really taking this one tough because they do a lot of that public stuff.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like they do a lot of that. And I mean, Steven Crowder has been like in very public areas over the years.
Yes.
Very, very public areas. Ben Shapiro seemed to be a little more controlled, more indoors, you know, things like that. But like
for the most part,
yeah. But
Steven had somebody like throw a beer on him in a bar. That was on video.
Oh, they used to film, and they used to film the fuck out. They loved when that shit would happen. You know what I mean? But it is a different time right now. And this is, I think that this changes the way these outdoor events are done, period. Which again is, these things are very effective. It's very effective to watch somebody roll up into enemy territory, a liberal campus, and be surrounded by supporters, right? But also all the chaos that goes along with that, the fact that you need all this police presence to begin with because these people are so fucking indoctrinated, and then say, okay, let's go toe to toe. I'm going to talk to you, you talk to me. And there, over the last 10 years, that is some of the most effective content we've seen. Simply letting people speak their minds and somebody else refuting them with what they feel is the truth.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're right, though. I mean, the idea of somebody going into that environment. I mean, that's the, you know, it's the appeal of professional sports, of wrestling, of UFC, of whatever you want to call it. You know, you have this live audience and you have this centralized focus thing, and you have, you know, a guy that's coming in there to a college campus full of leftists, but you also have a bunch of, you know, conservatives there, and it's an event. And the idea of shutting that down because you can't control the environment 200 yards out or whatever, that's exactly what the fuck they want, because it was effective. Fuck. So frustrating.
I've been trying to keep an eye every once in a while and see if Kash Patel has announced anything different, but I don't see anything new from Kash other than we caught someone and then we let them go because they had nothing to do with it. After their face got plastered all over the internet. So, fuck. Defending truth, Fuentes had a literal murderer show up to his door. Yeah, Fuentes has had people show up 100%. And look, obviously, not everybody on our side of this sphere agrees on everything. And some people even fucking hate each other, like when it comes to their politics or their politics or their politics. We saw what happened with Charlie Kirk and the Groypers, 5-6 years ago, all of that stuff. Everything has changed today, I feel like. I feel like with this, a lot has changed. These people want us dead. We need to recognize it, says Defending Truth. William Alfano, the Democrats will never win in another election. We'll see.
We'll see. We got
Benny's on Fox now. Oh, I didn't know Benny went on Fox.
Yeah, he did.
Fox. Yeah,
he was on Fox.
When you take the moderates out, the only ones still standing are the radicals. Tanner. 6% English. Ryan, I swore to myself years ago I wouldn't get sucked in the cesspool of X. I just created an account because I can't afford to stay from the public square any longer. Well, I'm sorry it took something like this to happen.
Yeah.
King Wolf, hey bro, I always like watching your streams, and I just want you to know, please stay safe and tell your team and Nerdrotic, love you, bro. Now, King Wolf wants you guys to stay safe too.
Yeah.
Thanks, King Wolf.
We good.
Angry Salt for 10. Democrats cheering and celebrating because they want to break your soul.
And they have none. I'm seeing celebrations now. People applauding it. Woke white women, mostly. Broken. Bunch of fucking
scourge
bitches
on society.
Yep.
Will of the fans for 125. People laughed at me when I used to say Star Wars being turned into propaganda. They aren't laughing now. It's got exponentially out of control. And look, as crazy it is to talk about, right? When we talk about stuff like Andor and the idea of showing like this fascist regime, blah, 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 everyone has to fight back. And it's one thing when it's in pretend, it's in this world, but when you are actively and vocally comparing that to things that are happening now and trying to pretend like it's inspired by this or inspired by that, or this is Trump. Trump is a fascist. Look at the show we're making about killing fascists and standing up to fascists. These things matter.
The boys.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Yeah.
The normalization of the word Nazi and calling people Nazi and then saying it's okay to punch a Nazi and everybody's a Nazi that I disagree with. This is what's gotten us to this place.
Beat Bop Ba for $20. I'm in a semi-famous band, well known, and our singer is super liberal. It feels a little more dangerous to be around her every day. Thank you for posting. This is exactly why I keep quiet. That's crazy. I hope you stay safe, but also, we need people to speak.
Yeah, we do.
We need people to speak, even when it's uncomfortable.
That's how we all ended up here. None of us fucking wanted to get into a fucking culture war. None of us wanted to sit here and bitch about all the things we grew up loving. It's not what we wanted. We would much rather have just been like, now where we are, we're like, fuck you. We're not going to bend the knee to Disney and all this shit. But it's like, before all this started, none of us were like, I just want to make a living bitching about all the shit that I loved when I was growing up. It happened because they weaponized the things that we loved growing up against us. It's just how it happened.
Yeah.
So it's sad, but true.
Dude, the thought of me hating Star Wars.
It's fucking crazy.
Tell that to a 12-year-old me, I'd be like, you're crazy.
I know.
It's the greatest thing ever made.
Mm-hmm.
Gary just wanted to do live streams reacting to Arrow for his entire
life. That's all I want.
And then everybody was gay and black, and he was like, what is this stuff?
What's going on?
That performer for $20. As he was a man of faith, I truly believe Charlie has earned the right to be canonized as a saint because of this martyrdom. May God receive him with the utmost love. Charlie, I have only seen you live once, but thank you, sir. That is a very nice sentiment, that performer.
Yep. I was thinking about how many times have I seen him live? Like, 'cause he was at the RNC, right? That we went to, Ryan. Wasn't he there? He made a speech at the RNC. He was live at the Turning Point Action that we went to.
Florida that we went to, yeah.
There might have been one more that I went to. There's been a few you've been to without me.
Yeah.
So maybe 2 times, maybe 3 that I saw him, but I don't think I ever met Charlie. I don't think I ever met him and shook his hand. You have, but I haven't, I don't think. Have you met him, Gary?
Nope. Have not met him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've talked to him for maybe a total of 180 seconds. You know what I mean? Like that's how it feels like the couple times we've
So what you're saying is he wouldn't have known you if he would have saw you, just like Alex Jones wouldn't know me if he saw me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Even though Alex and I,
Charlie would have remembered the name,
maybe he at least would have said he did.
Charlie would have known you more than Alex Jones knows me, even though I've texted
Alex doesn't.
Alex
has face blindness or something because he doesn't know who anybody is.
No. Alex is a busy guy, man. He's got a lot of cooks in the kitchen in his head, So-
yeah. I totally understand.
Did you see Asmongold dropped a video on this today?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Oh wow. Didn't you say he was taking a break?
Yeah.
He's taking a break. He's taking a break because of his dad.
He's taking a break from streaming. He can make a video though.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
3 salty crackers on the stream right now, says River Miles.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying the other day, is that we need to get all of us on the stream. Get Quartering, Salty Cracker, me, Gary, we can throw Ryan in there, and let's get Drinker, and let's just figure out who Alex thinks Salty Cracker is. We don't tell him.
No.
It's like, let it figure it out.
I watch your stuff all the time. Salty, what's up?
Hey, you do great stuff. We're working with FMC and they are. That clip was finally like all the evidence Jeremy needed to guarantee his theory was right.
I was so happy. I've been theorizing this shit for 3 years. And finally.
What? That he thought the Quartering was Salty Cracker?
Yeah. It goes all the way back to his first appearance on Friday Night Tights when the Quartering was there with the Sonic hat.
Yep.
And then Alex shows up on the we did what about a year later? We brought Alex back on Friday Night
When he
Tights.
took his shirt off. Yeah.
And he was a little, I think he might have been a little tipsy. I think he might have been a little tipsy on that one.
A little bit.
And he was acting we're a little weird. And he kept saying like he was married to Salty Cracker. And he's like, "Where's Salty Cracker?" And I was like,
yeah.
You want Salty Cracker on the stream? He's like, "Yeah, where is he at?" So I texted Miss Salty.
And we got Salty.
Like Alex is asking for Salty. They're like, "What?" I don't know. So he comes on, and it's clear that was not the Salty Cracker that Alex was asking for. And he acted very confused, but he kind of rolled with it.
Of course. He's a pro.
And then that's when I theorized. I was like, I think Alex thinks that the quartering is Salty Cracker. And I said this on CobraCast like 2-3 years ago. And then the quartering shows up on Alex's studio, and that's when he gave credit to quartering for Friday Night Tights. And he also like said, "Oh, you do a lot of great work, Friday Night Tights, Salty Cracker, the quartering, it's all great." And I'm going, holy shit!
You just threw out names, whatever he can remember.
Yes. And then it just finally got
Alex.
confirmed. It finally got confirmed because Alex was reacting to quartering, making a video about him firing Owen Schroyer. And someone says, "Is that Jake Shields?" He says, "That's not Jake Shields. That's Salty Cracker." I was like,
Yeah. So this is interesting too. I didn't even think about this. So the Yankees, like Trump is going to be at the Yankees game tomorrow.
Really? I didn't even know that. Oh, for 9/11. 9/11. That's right. You're right. You're right. Okay.
Which
how's Rudy Giuliani doing, by the way? Is he okay?
He's better. He's doing better. So yeah. Go ahead, Ryan.
So like, bro, whatever security was going to be for that anyway. I could only imagine.
Yeah.
But let's hope it's everything they possibly can. Let's put a roof on that thing.
Pretty good at games, but not presidential good.
Wow, that's gonna be.
Dude, I will never forget the George Bush first pitch.
Dude, that was
one of the greatest moments in American history. As much as I hate George W. Bush, that was
whatever you feel about Bush. In the aftermath of that, to run out there,
throw a perfect
with security as heightened as it was, and like what that meant at that point, what that meant to people, just fire a perfect pitch. That was crazy.
Yep. That was pretty unbelievable, man. It really was. So I played that on CobraCast not too long ago because I was like, whatever your opinion of Bush is, you have no idea what this moment meant. This moment was amazing. And I think he had like, bulletproof vest on and everything. He walked out there like the ultimate Chad. And then as soon as he threw that strike, he just walked off with that kind of like, that walk he had. It was perfect. It was perfect.
Remember when Congress came out and sang "God Bless America"?
Yeah.
God, yeah.
That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy. There's so many American flags for so long. That's why I'm thankful. I live in a neighborhood that like almost every house has an American flag in front.
Yep.
It's fucking awesome. But yeah, those are the days. And Bush turned out to be a fucking tool.
Gary's nice way of saying he lives in a white neighborhood. So
I live in a white neighborhood. I do.
Larry DM, I think that this is like a huge thing to take away from this. Charlie Kirk did everything professionally and the right way, and the left still killed him.
Yep.
I fear for what this becomes.
Yep.
Wow.
Like, and I said that earlier.
Wow.
Like, he dedicated his entire life to changing America the right way.
Yep.
What I mean by that is through talking, through convincing people, through backing candidates that back his values, like stuff like that. He did debate, talking things out with people. He did it the right way. And like he said, the professional and right way. And they fucking murdered him.
They murdered him for it. And I like, it's sad. This was bound to happen. It sucks that it happened today. I wish it never did happen, but this was bound to happen. This has been boiling for a long fucking time. And we talked about it on streams. We're like, somebody's gonna get like, this is gonna get bad. Somebody's gonna go like, some twisted individual is gonna go off half cocked someday, and it's happened. And here we are. And what's the reaction? Ryan talked a lot about, restraint. When is it a time to not have it? And I think we've been just trying to avoid that because, us common sense thinking people, we want to preserve this culture. It's not perfect, but it's the best thing we've got. And we live in a great country that allows a lot of people, even dipshits like me, second, third, fourth, fifth chances to make it. And no other countries like that. And we want to preserve that as much as we can. And they're trying to erode it. And they do it by making a martyr. And it's the biggest mistake they've made. It's a huge mistake. This is a massive fuck up. And, like people were talking about, like Reddit is Reddit because it's a big fucking hug box. Not that many eyes are on Reddit anymore. It's not like even what it used to be. If that shit was being said somewhere else, they wouldn't be saying it. They feel safe saying that stuff because who's going to fucking sift through fucking retarded Reddit?
Yeah, they've banned everybody that disagrees with them in these Reddits, right? They're run by these activist freak communist mods and stuff. So
yeah, and they're there, and it's good to know that they're there. That's why it's important to have free speech. We have to know that these psychos are out there. We absolutely do. What happens next? I don't know. But this is a point of no return.
It absolutely is.
Feels like it for sure.
Yep.
Chris Cos, where was this outrage when they came to murder Nick Fuentes? Far right hounded for years, but the right ignored it because their views were too extreme for you. Well, now they came for your centrist. Well, Chris, there was a lot of people that talked about what happened to Nick Fuentes. The little difference is he didn't fucking die, right?
Yeah.
So that, like, I think that's obvious as to why there's more attention on this than there was. Not to say that that's okay. And not to say that anybody should go to Nick Fuentes' door and it's bullshit. And it's been multiple times that stuff like that has happened and it's garbage. But obviously this is different. We just had a public execution of somebody.
Yeah.
So in front of what you want to your attention of detail.
In front of thousands of college students.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like, I specifically remember many people in the conservative movement that hate Nick Fuentes speaking out directly against what happened to him.
Yeah. So yeah.
Fucking
a bit of a reach to fucking bring that shit up right now. Nick Fuentes is breathing the air right now.
Yeah.
So, and it sucks what happened to him, but you know what? A lot of people have had people come up to their houses and they might have not talked about it. In the conservative sphere. Yeah. Like, so it's not anything new. It's not gonna be the last time it happened.
Yep.
Yeah. But I also want Nick Fuentes to be safe.
I do.
I don't want this to happen to Nick Fuentes.
Hell no. And he's got to be careful. He's got to be more careful now, like way more careful now.
Yep.
So hopefully he takes precautions. I'm sure he does.
The Jabroni for 5. Let's not forget he had 2 really little children that no longer have a father. That's what's getting me, like the pictures of his family and stuff. That's awful. Dawnbreaker for 20. To clarify what I mean, when a political party becomes violent, live and let live means nothing to them.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Reefer, honestly fucking wild that this happened. Been on the internet pretty much my whole life. Watching that video had me stunned. As a man of faith, this truly weighs heavy on my heart. Will be keeping the family in my prayers. Shit. It's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I can watch a lot of stuff, gore videos that I've seen on the internet, like beheadings, like all the stuff that used to come out in the early days that you could just find or whatever.
Faces of Death back in the day. I don't know if you remember Faces of Death.
Exactly. And that stuff doesn't bother me, right? This bothered me. Shook me.
Yeah.
Because of what it represents. NR for 10. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. As a devout Christian, Charlie would not want us to take revenge. Show restraint, be peaceful, and unified in our resolve, brothers. R.I.P. Charlie. Thank you, NR. I think he would want people to continue to speak.
Yes.
That's what I think. He would want people to continue to speak. Tommy Campari for 10. Sick to my stomach. We can no longer restrain ourselves as mentally, emotionally stable conservatives. It's not enough to be a silent majority anymore and vote. We have to speak more, march publicly.
Just to clarify, it's like Trump's supposed to appear tomorrow, right, at the Yankees game?
Yeah.
September 11th. Yeah.
What time?
Tigers, Yankees.
We know what time?
No idea.
That's going to be a pretty big event. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you though.
Yeah, I have no idea when, but Jackson loves Nintendo. This is crazy for $5. Ryan, I'm a UVU student and was there. They have no idea what's coming from Gen Z men. Prayers for Charlie and his family. That's crazy, Jackson. That I had no idea. I'm glad you're safe, and holy shit. That's wild.
Speaking of Gen Z, you guys heard what's going on in Nepal?
No.
You haven't heard that? Okay. So actually something's going down in France too. So there's France is burning shit down right now, but in Nepal there was some protest in front of their communist government, in front of the government building, and 19 people were killed. So the government shut down the internet and they burned everything down. They're burning shit down right now. They've had to airlift communist leaders out by helicopter. They were burning their housing units, ripping down flags. And that's Gen Z because you turned off the fucking internet. So based Gen Z. I mean, that's terrible. Things are burned down in a communist country. Totally awful.
If you have not heard Dan Vask on Jay's podcast earlier, because I'd hopped on there, I retweeted it. It's my most recent tweet. 3.5 minutes. Dan Vask, pure gold. Usually Dan is not the greatest speaker because he's retarded.
Yeah,
but he was
and gay.
This is retarded and gay. But this is like super on point. Like, it is absolutely awesome what Dan had to say. Everybody needs to hear it.
There you go. Leftists are never afraid of getting deleted because the right doesn't do shit like this.
No, the right and the center and the common sense people are not radical. So they take full advantage of it.
Timothy Bolt, all he did was debate. Yep.
When's that next South Park episode supposed to come out?
I was talking about that earlier, and it's like to be clear, I think it's cool to like parody anything or like all that stuff. I do wonder if they had anything else planned, like, and you wonder how they feel
this
right
week
now,
or is it next week?
You wonder how they feel right now.
Yeah.
After all this shit, I don't know.
I
don't know.
It will be very interesting. Hey, I'm gonna have to go ahead and bounce, and I know you need to get through some super chats, Ryan.
Oh, it's all good, Jeremy. I appreciate you waiting and hanging out. So,
yeah, if you're okay with it, I'll probably just because I doubt tomorrow daily you're probably going to be focusing on this. I don't know if there's anything else worth talking about, so I'll hop on daily with you guys tomorrow if you want. How do you want to handle that tomorrow? Do you want to just talk about this and
I think probably on daily tomorrow we can definitely focus on at least a lot of the people in the spaces like reacting to it and stuff. As horrific and tragic as this is, we got to keep going on. We got to keep speaking out. We got to keep doing what we do. You know what I mean? So obviously we can't not talk about this tomorrow. We need to talk about this tomorrow.
And 9/11's tomorrow too, so that's gonna be a tough day. Just there's a lot. So I'll hop on if you're cool with that. So I just think it's an important day. So it'll be me, you, and Jay tomorrow. So, but yeah, all right, chat. Thank you guys so much, and appreciate all of you. And been usually it's a lot of fun hanging out with Ryan and Gary. I wish it was under better circumstances today, but appreciate both of them as always. And thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Take care, man.
Bye, Jeremy.
I'm gonna run too, bud.
All good. I appreciate you
having
being
me on. Of course. And I think it's good to have a day talking about it, because otherwise I'd be just watching you, right? And it's been such a shocking day, right? I mean, it's not as like 9/11. I went to work that day and nobody came in and we were just all numb. And it kind of feels like that a little bit. I mean, of course, not as tragic as 9/11 with all the death, but you know what I mean? The same feeling.
It is the same, like you're just shook. You know?
It's like, and it's because we can't undersell this. Something changed today. something
Yes.
changed today, and not for the good. And
Yeah.
it's really sad. So thanks for having me on, Ryan.
Yeah,
Love you,
thanks for
brother.
being on, Gary. Appreciate it, man.
And take care, chat. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
There you go. And there goes Gary. We still have 6,000 people here, so I appreciate you guys being here. I have a lot of super chats to get through, and I am gonna get to all of them. I am gonna get to all of them, guys, before we end the stream. But just want to let you know that's probably what we're gonna focus on here. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on any updates at this point. Like, I've seen videos coming out. I've seen videos of him getting carried to the truck. I don't need to show that, I don't think. The thing I'm focused on now is if we get any more updates about the person who fucking did this. So if we see anything like that, let me know if you can. I'm going to try to keep some of my notifications up. Jovan Robinson for $50. Horrendous. As a black Marine vet, I'm at a loss for words. This isn't what I fought for. I just watched Charlie's Van Jones response before all this happened. Sickening. God bless Charlie's family and may justice meet this evil coward. R.I.P. Charlie. Thank you, Jovan. And thank you for your service, brother. I appreciate that. And God bless Charlie and his family. Laughing Man for $100 says, when is Cobra Cast? Play the Dan clip, Jeremy, Ryan. Thank you, Laughing Man. I don't know. Jeremy did Cobra Cast earlier today, and then I hopped over here. I don't know what his plans are. I think that Jeremy's probably just going to take it easy tonight. That's my guess. Spend more time with his family. But I'm sure he'll be streaming tomorrow as well. But thank you for the big dono, Laughing Man. Xavier Saviorhard for 5. G'day. I remember first seeing Charlie on YouTube. I agreed with what he said, and he always championed God. We're praying for him, and we will miss him. Well said, Xavier. Crew for $1.99. Ryan, God bless you, and thank you for speaking out about it. Look, this is not a politics channel. This is an entertainment channel. So that is what I try to keep it focused on. That's for time. Is there overlap? Of course there's overlap. When somebody says this about Trump or Mark Hamill goes unhinged about something, of course there's overlap. But I felt like today I had to talk about this. Like I didn't have a choice, nor did I want to talk about anything else. Logan for 5. Definitely makes me despise people more. Absolutely disgusting from the people praising his death, and they're the tolerant ones. They're on the right side of history, right? Ryan Callis, this will tip the scale. Civil unrest was already high. It's only a matter of time now. That's kind of like the tea leaves as I see them. I feel like for our side, it feels more like civil fatigue. And it's about to lead to unrest. Real Rain for 5. The left will never protest in peace after this. Grotto Rabbit, losing your father at 3 years old and 16 months old because of some assholes maddening. It's fucking awful that those little kids are gonna have to grow up without a father. But they will be surrounded by people, millions and millions of people who were like affected by their father and who made the world better for them. But it is brutal. Default for 10. This is not the victory they think it is. In silencing Charlie, they've amplified his voice 100-fold. He'll even change the hearts of confused people on the left who will see the kind of man he was. I agree. Let's see, where are we? My Melios for 125. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, says the Lord. Romans 12:19. Enoch Mamani, have you seen the video of the House Democrats refusing to have a moment of silence for Charlie? Instead, they scream no. The Dems are all demonic. I did. It's fucking crazy. I guess read the room. Derek PG Beller for $1. Check out Matt Walsh's tweet about us setting aside infighting to band together. Would love your thoughts on that, since not all in this crowd are big Walsh fans. I often feel this way about most people in this space. And I know some people don't like Matt Walsh. I know some people don't like Charlie Kirk, whatever. Ultimately, I think that people like Matt, even if you don't agree with him, or people like Charlie, even if you don't agree on all his takes, I think as a net, they do way more fucking good. They are huge net positives, right? And yeah, Matt might have a stupid take about gaming or a movie or whatever. I don't think that negates all the fucking good shit that he does. That's kind of always been my perspective when it comes to this stuff. Felix B, RIPCK. Thoughts and prayers to his family. Was an exchange student from Germany back in 2001. Arrived a week before 9/11. Dark days. To all the SCU out there, to all scum out there, you shall not prevail. Thank you, Felix. Slain Hope for 2. They still said it. They aren't scared enough. Kimberly Gillian for 5. I do believe Charlie was a God-fearing man. I believe the Lord told him, well done, my good and faithful servant. I think so too, Kimberly. Nate Rocker. I'm a 19-year-old. I recently discovered Charlie and his message and beliefs. I hate how we can't even discuss anything without fear of being killed. I hope Charlie gets justice. I fucking hope so. Like, I really hope so. Slain Hope for 2. Set your clock for a sword. Sell your cloak for a sword. Spread the word of God. Yes, no. The moment they find the real shooter, I'm not surprised if it's a trans Antifa lunatic. Vanquish, thank you for the stream, Ryan. This helped me process these horrible events. I can't get over my anger for the subhumans that are the left. My Melius for 50. Well, I won't get ahead of the Lord, but I won't go ahead of the Lord, but he is just. Brandon the Awesome for 5. After today, I'm going to do my best to model my life after Charlie Kirk. He set an example. It's time to start living by it. Over on Rumble, Ronan for $2 says, does my heart good to see y'all on the screen together. People forget Kirk's influence extends beyond the political. It was entertaining to a lot of people, but informative. This is transcendent. And then also on Rumble, East Coast Toasty Boy, not only do they want you dead, they'll do it themselves. It's the domestic terrorists. The lying leftist media are the leaders of this domestic terrorism and also need to be tried and jailed. Derek PG Beller for $1. The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule begins. Soren Kierkegaard, R.I.P. Charlie. Thank you. And then Justin on Rumble. I've been back and forth between you and Tim Pool. I sent a link in DM on X about a possible shooter being arrested. I've seen that one. It's like a really old video that came out. I don't think that person was involved. Like they didn't. I don't think they actually took that person into custody. But I did see that from like hours ago, I think. Will of the fans, Gondor calls for aid. Ruby, this is what happens when you insist that words equal violence. You feel justified in physically harming people that hurt your feelings. Good point. Fentanyl Floyd, if this week didn't make people wake up to the danger of the left and the 13%, nothing will. It's been a rough week, man. Pens fan for life says, fuck Stephen King, blame guns, not the leftist rhetoric. Dems will make another push for our guns. Well, Molin Labe Dems. Thank you. Slain Hope, God is testing us. It's time we all come together. King Wolf for 5. I just told my family, them and the left has gone too far. Also, please, your friends and family you love. And also, please, your friends and family, you are loved. Thank you, King Wolf. Jeremy Griggs' dad for 2. Abby Phillips went off after Charlie on CNN. Heartless. It's been fucking insane. Leftists are never afraid of getting deleted because the right doesn't do shit like this, says Johnny's. DC writer Gretchen Martin jokes on Kirk's death. We talked about that a little bit. Thank you. Jeremy David for 5. If you strike me down, I should become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Brian Borg from Twin Sons Foundation. Hey, Brian. We were forced to see that evil is a real force in this world. It's up to us to redirect our anger to do good. It will be difficult, but worth it. Agreed, Brian. Yes, no for Tim, a proud LGBTQ hater. Bet I'm in jail tomorrow. You're in Europe, so it might be the case. Joe Man, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Seems to have really hit every corner of the internet. Even Lamar Jackson was reposting about it. Prayers to the family. May God take Charlie and lift him into his eternal kingdom. Schick for 199 says, you take measures, please. Love the fellowship. It certainly is a wake-up call. And we always do, especially when we do public stuff. We always do, but I would lie if it didn't, give us an extra reminder. St. Patrick's Trades. Ryan, I feel like I've been around long enough to know what you're really thinking during those pauses. You're doing great, brother. Thank you, St. Patrick's. TMZ staff celebrated his death while live. Pure garbage. They're now claiming they were cheering a car chase. We kind of went over that a little bit, Sushi Yoda. I'm not 100% convinced it was a car chase, but I also am not 100% convinced it was the Trump or the Charlie Kirk announcement either about the Trump tweet. But everybody can make up their own decision on that. BS, it's not revenge. It's not revenge we're after. It's the reckoning. Defending truth for 2, reminding them how Catholicism conquered the world. Malkir's Gaming for 5. Not if you saw Asman's video, he just posted an hour ago. He basically says it also, to be fair, Hassan isn't happy about it. I haven't seen I've been live, right? So I haven't been able to like watch or react to anybody's videos about it at all. Some dude for 199. There are no more peaceful solutions. Tommy Campari for $50. We cannot be restrained anymore in our speech, at work, friends, family, afraid of offending, awkwardness. As normal, emotionally mature, right, modern Americans, we're obligated to fight anti-American, anti-free speech as Charlie did with dialogue. I appreciate that sentiment and the thoughts, Tommy. I really do. I really do. Amy, for $10, did you see President Trump's statement from the Oval Office a few minutes ago? We did. We reacted to it probably 20 or 30 minutes ago or something. We played the whole thing. I think it was powerful, especially when he talked about going after people that are behind things like this. And I wonder what that'll be. Right now, my main thing over the next day or two is, are they going to fucking find the person who pulled this trigger? Because it's kind of scary right now that I don't know if we have any idea. Kai Sinet found out Charlie Kirk died, and he said, that's the guy with crazy ass takes, right? He'd be saying some crazy shit. It's not going to go well for him. Yeah, still nothing from Cash. Sundowners for $20. Hey, brother, when the snow fall and the white wind blows, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. We are the pack. Thank you, Sundowners. Thank you, Sundowners. Key Lime Kayla for $50. I've never seen so horrific in my entire life. May he rest in peace. My entire heart goes out to his family right now. It's a sad day. Hold your loved ones close. Everything is going to change. Good night, folks, and take care, Ryan. Thank you, Kayla. And yeah, as bad as it is, I do think people should see it. I've said it multiple times. I think it's really important that people see this to understand the fucking ramifications and what this is and what is happening. It's one thing to know that it happened. It's another thing to see it. It's another thing to see it. And I think everybody needs to watch. Vanquished. Thank you for the stream, Ryan. This helped me process these horrible events. I can't get over my anger for the subhumans that are the left. Oh, I already read this, but thank you, Vanquished, again. It's all messy right now looking at all this stuff. And I do want to say I appreciate all you guys being here. I had no idea we're going to have so many people tune in. Again, this is not typically what I talk about on this channel, and I pray that I don't have to talk about things like this ever. But I do appreciate all you guys kind of going on this with me and listen to me as I'm venting my thoughts and putting all this shit out there. I typically talk about movies and entertainment and pop culture and gaming, which I'm obviously passionate about, but this is a heavy thing to get through. And I'm not going to lie, there have been a couple times during this stream where it has gotten where it has hit close to home, and it's gotten a little emotional. And I feel like I've tried to keep the broadcast face, keep the stone face going for the most part, but some of the stuff it's tough to not feel it, It's tough to not feel it. I think we said that one. We said that one. We said that one. Catholicism conquering the world. I think I read this. He was answering a question about the T and the LGBT when he was hit. I thought it was a question about mass shootings, but it might have been about trans mass shooters. So maybe he was. Mason Ripton, heartbroken for his family, his wife losing her partner, those children lost their father. God give them comfort at this time. For any Christians in the stream, take comfort knowing he's with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Dark Schwartz rising for 20. What other possible thing in the news could they be celebrating at that moment? The thing that happened was apparently they were covering a car chase at the same time, and it crashed and kind of came to an end. And that's what it was about. That's what they say. Yauk for 5. Great job on this, Ryan. My wife texted me this news while at work and my heart sunk. I told my coworker and he was devastated. Rough day. It is. Life for 10. In the video, he's asked about violence with T's. And when he was about to answer, that's when it happened. Long live Kirk. Oh. God damn. Snow Show became a YouTube member. Thank you, Snow Show. Slain Hope the left prayed to Satan that this day would come. Michael McLeod for 5. Justice for Charlie and his family. I desperately, desperately, desperately hope we find who did this, because I feel really uncomfortable because it feels like they have no idea. Son Goku, I thought this was America, not the fucking Middle East or third world country. We have no freedom of speech. You get killed or go to jail. Shouldn't happen. SBZ, ironic, the ones who want to take our Second Amendment are the ones who use the Second Amendment for assault. Dawnbreaker. The irony with the left and liberals being the biggest proponents of gun control, also being the reason gun ownership is skyrocketing, has always been funny to me. River Miles for 20. Irina Zarutska and Charlie Kirk were both taken much too soon as a result of evil left ideology and policies. It has been a rough week for that. Erica Kirk needs to sue the mainstream media for every penny. I can't imagine the torment she's going through. May God protect her and her children. Justin for $5 on Rumble says fair enough. Thank you, Justin. Woman on TMZ who cheered go into a bathroom, men. Thank you, Elitis. Life for 5. Just saw the video for the first time, and it seemed to set up. As a father seeing my dad die in a horrific manner, this seems set up by the tease. They definitely need to talk about it. They definitely need to find the person who asked that question and grill them. With that being said, this is just a topic that Charlie talks a lot about, you know, so it's tough. But they 100% need to talk to the person. Gloves are off right now, says our Rob or Ross. The right is right, says Trevor. Someone says, "Did you hear what Greg Gutfeld said?" Greg Gutfeld dropped an F-bomb on Fox News. He said, you just woke us the fuck up. The demons that made themselves known, says Child on the Fence. Aiden verse for 5. I hope the conservative movement holds to their spine. If we lose it, it doesn't matter who in the government the country's lost. And look, it is hard to undersell just how important TPUSA is when it comes to what they do, which is exposing more younger potential voters to the conservative movement and stuff. Charlie is the leader of that. Charlie is the face of that. Charlie is a huge part of that. And I don't know now, man. I don't know. I don't know. Lee Harvey, March for Free Speech, 1 mil strong. Let's see, 1 mil strong, Department 4 today. Well, there you go. Thank you, Lee Harvey, for letting us know. Jag Geden for 5. Wait, is it Jagged? Jaggeden? This is the Utah's fed up point, or Utah's fed up point, tired of being nice. People are going to be run out of state on the most derelict rails nowhere we can find. He became this young generation's JFK. The awakening begins for them. Eli Bedikovich for 5. No mercy anymore. I'm done living amongst these animals. Old This incredibly sad to hear. Prayers to his family. Global Cameron Gaming for 5. Destiny is to put this on the right. I don't really care what Destiny thinks about this. Hold on to that anger, Ryan, says Red Jaguar. A storm is coming. That's my secret. I am always angry, but never the amount of type. Not usually, I should say. The type of anger I'm feeling today is different. Yes, no for 10. Imagine a left trans gets shot by a right wing. Media cover that for 6 months. Background, trans attacked him with a knife. Details will never be mentioned. I'm from Germany, Moravia, conservative. Get me. It would certainly be covered differently by the media. There's no doubt about that. The left is waking up a sleeping giant. We all know what happens when the right goes radical and has no fear of losing anymore. We all have read history. Top viral for 6. I'm an American living in Israel. A legend. R.I.P. Thank you, Top Viral. Black and White Sports. Hey, my friend Rhodes over at Black and White Sports. Hey, brother, checking in on you, man. Keep your head on a swivel. Tough day. A 100%. 100%. Thank you, Rhodes. I think everyone's going to take that shit more seriously now. Dr. Spike for 10. Thank you, Dr. Spike. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't need to. Slain Hope for 2. The left is too stupid to know they just failed. Nordachi. I'm in total shock. About to go to bed and saw your stream title. Can't believe it. These people are sick. They want to silence us. They never can. God be with his family and judge those responsible. Well said. DD for 20. Keep it up, Ryan. Prayers for the U.S. Thank you, DD. I think is that Brazilian money? Isn't the R Brazilian, I think? Smelly for 5. Crazy times we live in. I was about to see him on the 18th, and then this happens. RIP. We had somebody in chat earlier who was at the event, who was at UVU. And thankfully they're okay, but Hayden Wayne, they got the wrong guy twice. How the fuck does something like this happen? I'm furious. Like, they couldn't tell from the sound of the shot it was a rifle, and they grabbed the guy that was there first. What the fuck? Well, look, for the first guy, the bald guy, the white dude, the old man, that guy, that never felt right to me because it felt like the shot came from further away than it was. The report was that it was further away than it was. And that guy was like very close to where everybody else was at. And look, in situations like this, it is so frantic. Everyone's so panicked. A million things are going on. Who knows what that guy may have said, or somebody like saw him doing something weird and freaked out and pointed at him and they just went after him. You know, who knows? That's kind of why that's how I think you can talk about the first one that happened like that. Just all it would take is one person to be like, this guy said this or this guy did something or be scared, whatever. And cops would, all right, let's get this guy under control, figure this out, whatever. As for the second guy, we have no idea. We have no idea what this person of interest is or how they thought they were involved. But now that they've released, I don't fucking know. 3-letter company, says Aiken. The longer it goes without finding someone, it's what it's going to feel like. Son Goku, no one goes unpunished. They couldn't defeat him in the realm of ideas, so they shot him, says Pre-Dawn Corpse. At least they proved that he was right. Cowards. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Lars Christensen. Bolsjevisme, not new at all. Good people is duped. Rob Cortez for 5. Charlie wasn't afraid to go after Republicans and often criticized the RNC. R.I.P. Spanky Jones for 5. All I'm thinking is, when is enough enough? What'll it take when what we're doing no longer works? We tried so hard. The fight is not over. Spanky Jones. Frederick Sweet for 5. Willing to bet the POS is an employer closely acquainted with an employee of UVU. Or a motorcycle outside, sorry. Possibly, obviously to get up there, you would probably need some sort of access to the roof that he was on, but who knows what it is. I don't know what that building is. I don't know what part of campus that is. It would all just be speculation. The Yoppie for 5. This is broken man, full of rage. He was a fundamentally good man. His poor wife and children. Everything changed today. We are in dark times. Skyjumper for 5. I was going to say this sounds like a shooter, how they came up with the info so quickly. Shooter, like the movie Shooter. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I actually really like that movie. Jimmy Ray for 10. According to his LinkedIn, Zach Qureshi is a senior analyst at Epic Ventures. Unless it's an MK Ultra scenario, seems more likely to be a witness than an assassin. They did very much say person of interest, right, at that press conference, and they continued to talk about how then talking to the people that did this, we will find you type of thing. And that to me indicated that either you think there's more than one person involved or you're not confident that that person's the guy. Skyjumper, if the guy ends up in another transaction with police and is released, then time to question everything. Darth Ghostface, wouldn't be surprised if a far-left Antifa nut or trans activist is responsible for this. This is just more proof the far left want everyone slightly right of Karl Marx unalive. R.I.P. Charlie. This shit is depressing, man. Like just it's a lot. And tomorrow is I genuinely believe that tomorrow is a different reality than that doesn't mean that it's actually a different reality, but our perception of reality is going to be different than it was yesterday. They kept missing Trump, so they decided to make Charlie their new target. Aberjam, DNC CIA sanctioned there. I said it for you. Possibly. A lot of potential 3-letter people being involved. RIP to someone's father, brother, son, cousin. This is Derek. Sushi Yoda for 2. Seeing Glenn Beck crying broke me. Yeah, he had a tough time keeping it together. Dad Lad Frag for 20. Promise I donate for Jeremy and Gary. Also stay safe. They will get anyone they can. Got a random girl on a bus. Thank you, Dad Lad Frag. If hate is eating you, let it go and give it to God, says Slain Hope. I am trying my best. Alien Sexes for 5. I have a fear there's a professional hit with a coordinated getaway. It might be hard to track down. So many tears from me today. R.I.P. Charlie. Jesus Davila with a gifted membership. Thank you, Jesus. Gunpla Raza. R.I.P. Charlie. Sky's Cavern Library Comics for Aussie 2. Seriously, stay safe, you guys. We're going to try our best. Giles McCoy for 10. Time for talk is over. Fights commenced. Get to fighting or get away. Ray Gledning for 2. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk from the UK. Storm Shadow for 5. Imagine the Charlie biopic where it ends explaining this moment galvanized Americans. A civilian changed America. Millions of Charlies born that day. Delta Dragon for 5. This is going to change America. The demon rats, the Democrats are on borrowed time. Keep speaking out and letting your voice be heard. May Charlie rest in peace. Thank you, Delta. Zencat says, I am Charlie Kirk. We are all Charlie today and tomorrow. Last Card Collector 5. FBI announced they have a suspect in custody per Tim Pool. That was about an hour and a half ago, so I think we're caught up in terms of they have released this. Well, this was at 8:28. You sent that, but that was already after they had made the announcement at 7:59 that Cash said they released him. So I haven't seen anything else from Cash yet. Amazed for 5. I agree with Jeremy. I feel changed after this happened. This is going to radicalize people, especially seeing the left's reaction. Fuck JB Pritzker. Yes, fuck that dude. Dr. Pelican, remember, this is the day that will be known as the day the great Charlie Kirk died. It will be taught in history classes, immortalized in global history, and spoken about for generations. R.I.P. Charlie. Mambo for 10. Conservatives need to stop playing nice with liberals and Democrats. These people did not stand up or smile for a cancer patient. They have no soul or an ounce of humanity. That seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? That seems like a lifetime ago when that happened. That seems like so long. Xavier Saviorheart for 5. G'day, I couldn't hold back the tears. Photos of his family and the video of his little girl run to him in the news studio hits me hard. Gonna miss him. Hyperion for 10. I recently watched Peterson's analysis on how victimhood leads to genocide, i.e., we must do them in before they do us in first. I'm reminded of this with this situation. Don't hate the media enough. Yes. Yes. Johnny's from a leftist. Trump. Sorry, Charlie. They're still whining about the Epstein files. You're going to have to take a bullet for me. Kirk, sure thing, boss. Even a figurative bullet, right? Right? Oh, like leftists are posting that shit? R.I.P. Charlie and Ariana. We won't forget nor forgive. We just got to catch the motherfucker. Andrew Valdez, I'm going to say that it should start a revolution against the left and trans freaks. This reminds me of MLK, not a political activist, just a speaker against injustice. I'm not going to get into MLK on this stream. Marmilin for 10. I'm a fat ass. What is this whale you're showing? Oh, yeah, that's when we showed a comic artist who writes for DC Comics who is praising what happened. These people are disgusting, man. She's got a Minecraft face. The tactician musician, at a certain point, fat becomes its own gender. CV's Pacham Parabellum. I'm not calling for violence against the left, but if it happens, they started it. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, says the Lord. Romans 12:19. I've seen a lot of Romans 12:19 today. Beardo's oopsie poopsie for 5. The libs will have to deal with having off work for a Charlie Kirk day coming soon. They don't realize the magnitude of what they've done yet. Vermithor, I'm praying for his family tonight. Things need to change. These assholes keep trying to kill those whom they disagree with. We came within an inch of losing Trump to the same thing. It's crazy how close that was, and it's crazy that this happened today. I see Jonathan Isaacs, Orlando Magic player, talking about it. B-Chain for 5. What that family needs is their father, husband, and son back, but evil took that away. I've been shaking all day with my anger between this and Iriana. Jack Burton becomes a member. Thank you, Jack. Anima Chains, they crucified him. Sushi Yada for 2. My husband was upset. He isn't political either. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this is going to wake up people who do not care about this stuff normally, who are not invested in this stuff. That is who this is going to wake up. And it is going to be a fucking bad wake-up call for the people that thought this would silence people. No face. Check out Charlie's vid from 3 weeks ago. The new Confederacy's officially declared war against America. And when he goes hard after Michelle Wu, Boston Mayor CCP puppet. This was a Shy-Com hit in my humble opinion. Death Watch Con. We need to draw a line in this country. Prayers to the Kirk family and anyone who witnessed a heinous murder. Life seems like a powder keg right now, says Skyjumper, but as we're trying to change, they just keep riling up the other side, and the crazies are starting to pop. The tactician musician. Many Discord servers I'm in are cheering this. Screenshot it and share it. Screenshot it and share it out there, so it's not forgotten. Got the hiccups. The man was a father, husband, and political activist, says Hayden Wayne. I mean, activist as in he just fucking spoke to people. He didn't do anything violent, never hurt anyone. He was just a man that spoke out. Default for 5. Never wept over the death of a public figure before, but learned today there's apparently a first time for everything. I think so many people have felt that today, that never, ever expected to. That never thought that they would be crying over Charlie Kirk or whatever. And I think a lot of people feel that way today. Jake the Movie Geek. I know this sounds like a cliche, but it feels like a nightmare, and I'm just trying to wake up. Mola Ram for 20. Whenever I chat or give super chats, it's always to make jokes. I don't know what to say now, except that I really appreciate what you guys do, and watching you is making this terrible day a little better. You know, a couple other people have said that like listening has helped them kind of process it too, and I hope that that's the case. And I'm just sorry that this is what we had to talk about today. Animate Chains for 2. Thank God for President Trump. Agreed. Protect him. Bendick Star. Normally I'd say it's great to see everyone, but this has been a rough day. I hope you're all doing well. I pray for his family and hope they get that trash. Keep being great people, everyone here. Josh for 2. Sickening that people are celebrating his death. Johnny Fizzle for 20. These vile and disgusting fools cheering over Charlie's death did not see him as a person. They only saw him as their enemy. Despite his efforts to have meaningful dialogue with them, they have no empathy or human decency. Bruin Backhand, did you see Brian Krasenstein's posts 4 hours ago? I think I did, yes. I did. Sandman says Run Runner for 10. This Albertan might not be an American, but I've always loved American and my American brothers and sisters. My heart is breaking for you right now, and you have my deepest sympathies. God bless America. Thank you, Sandman. Mamba Mumbo for 5. It ain't safe to be a conservative in America anymore. Miss J, Utah resident here. Back in 2017, Antifa planned an attack on Ben Shapiro at the University of Utah. Thankfully, they were caught. I think I remember that, actually, now that you say that. Today is an Archduke Ferdinand moment that will echo into the future and become tomorrow's history. A powder keg. Hector, I just freed up. This is horrible. Can you catch me up? As in, did they catch the culprit? They detained somebody that was a person of interest. They let them go. They've, as far as we know, they have not. Melania just tweeted something out. Let me share the stream really quick. Or share the screen. Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should have echoed. Charlie's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassion awareness elevates family, love, and country. Vincente Cruz for $20. A lot of friendships will be broken because of this. I've been banned, unfollowed all day. I'll stay where I believe, and it's sad people are celebrating this. Such a sick place this country has become. It's fucking rough. Fledgling for 5. This is an anti-white assassination, plain and simple. I want to know who the fuck did it. Alex Jones now wants to do college campus events inspired by Charlie. I hope that he's safe. War Machine with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, War Machine. Red Riot for 5. I hope you guys continue the fight and stay safe. What a world we live in. James Hannafin, did you see Wes's video from Thinking Critical about DC's Red Hood Rider praising the killing? Disgusting, and DC needs to fire it immediately. I did not see his. I think he might have me blocked for some reason on Twitter. But we did talk about that woman a little bit earlier in the stream. We did talk about that. Yeah, for 5. Marvel, Lucasfilm, and media have clearly fed into a left-wing ideology and feed into the division. An ironic turning point today, indeed. I live in Hickory, North Carolina, says David Tucker, just an hour away in Charlotte from where Iriana was killed for no reason. After Charlie Kirk, I'm done with the radical left. Good, Tucker. You and a lot of other people. Fledgling for 10. Fuck the condolences of every anti-white leftist politician. They spent the last decade telling everyone that Trump is reincarnation of Hitler, and anyone who follows him is an evil, fascist, Nazi racist. Yeah, any politicians that are guilty of that, any media members that are guilty of that, 100%. Looks like Kyle Gass of Tenacious D got his wish. Rye the Guy for 5. Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent. Isaac Asimov. The Sam Hyde quote lives eternal. Yes, when we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. That rings true to this day. Did you see the vid of Boebert asking for a moment of silent prayer for Charlie and Congress, and Dems screamed no? It's disgusting. Like, you can't even do that. Jimmy Ray for 5. The left gained power by leveraging empathy, not violence. The violence is what's causing their downfall. We shouldn't emulate that. I'm not advocating for it. I hope that's been clear, like, throughout this stream. 40K Worldview, respect his legacy by making this a turning point. Joe the Lawyer for 5. You should read Nick Fritas' post. It really says it all, like a battle cry. I really like Nick Fritas. He was let's see, there's Nick. Is it the video or the post? But is it a long post? He did post a video. Let me share this really quick. When I was living in Virginia was when Nick first started, like, kind of making waves as a representative for Virginia. I was living in Virginia because I was in the Navy at the time. So I wasn't voting for him because I wasn't registered there, but that's when I started seeing him make waves.
Let's get one thing straight. They didn't murder Charlie Kirk because he was an extremist or a fascist or a threat to democracy or inciting violence or any of the other reasons that they're now trying to put out on X and TikTok and everywhere else. They murdered him because he was effective. He was effective. The man made incredible arguments while at the same time always trying to seek out common humanity. He might have disagreed with arguments, but he didn't hate anyone. And they murdered him. That's what happened.
I have very similar thoughts. Here's the post. I'm told as a state representative, this is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. But we aren't one people, are we? The truth is, we haven't been for some time, and there's really no point pretending anymore if there ever was. We're two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but that's where the similarities seem to abruptly end. This is a post right here. I convinced myself for a long time, whenever the left called me a racist, bigot, sexist, fascist, threat to democracy, even the most innocent of disagreements, that it was simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. And now the effect is a widow and 2 orphan children because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. I don't think they realize it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day we finally woke up to what this fight really is. It's not a civil dispute over fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews, which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. One side will win, and one side will lose. Charlie tried to win the fight through argumentation, through discussion, through peaceful resolution of differences. And the other side murdered him. Not because he was extreme or inciting violence or any other hyperbolic slur they hurled at him. They murdered him because he was effective, because he was unafraid, because he inspired others and made them feel like they had a voice and that they were not alone. And he did it all in the very institutions which have fomented, sorry, the font's a little small, so much hatred towards conservatives. I don't want to stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle. I want to defeat you. I want to defeat the godless ideology that kills babies in the womb, sterilized confused children, turns cities into cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness, and then murdered Charlie Kirk. Social media is aflame right now with leftist celebration of Charlie's death. I wonder if any among them understand what has just happened. If there is a Yamamoto somewhere in the midst warning, I need to zoom in on this. My eyes are getting bad. We've been streaming for so long. And all they've done is awoken a sleeping giant. I doubt it. I think they gave up such introspection and self-awareness long ago. I don't know exactly what will happen next. I just know that it won't be the same as what happened in the past. There will be thoughts and prayers. Charlie would have wanted prayers, not for himself, but those left behind for the country he loved. But then there will be a reckoning. My Christian faith requires me to love my enemies and pray for those who curse me. It does not require me to stand idly by in the midst of savagery and barbarism, quite the opposite. So every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I'm going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it, and then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Rest with God, Charlie. Your fight is over. Ours is just beginning. What a post. What a post by Nick. Wow. Peter Constable, political violence has no place in the USA. How the fuck is this even up for debate? Hail Gary, Jeremy, and Ryan. A sad day. Darklighter for 5. Told my 2 lefty cousins celebrating and go fuck themselves. Having relatives cheer this is sickening. Christmas is going to be awkward this year. Make it awkward. Let it be awkward. You know? Fledgling for 10. This happened because people have been brainwashed into hating white people. Everyone pushing anti-whiteism is at fault. Heartbroken for Charlie and his family. May he rest in peace. Remember, after Christ was crucified, his disciples preached and changed the world. Just saying. Good point, John. Red Riot for 199. Keep fighting the good fight and stay safe. Base retard. Was it Mossad or a mental ill troon that did it? We got to find him. Or her, or it, or whatever. Fledgling for 5. If whites hadn't been completely deracinated, this wouldn't have happened. May God rest Charlie's soul. The devious Revenite. Hey, dude, much love from Australia. Stay safe. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Michael Taylor. They killed him because they can't tolerate having a conversation that challenges their insane views. My rage is immeasurable. I think the response requires cold, ruthless adherence to the law. Mercy is absent. Crime is now max judgment and sentencing, says that one guy. Black Tiger. Gretchen is trans and wanted J.K. Rowling dead. Really? That writer? I'll look into it. Today should be National Charlie Kirk Day. Tommy Campari. Didn't agree with Charlie on everything, but I respected his work. Meeting students in dialogue in their left-wing college echo chamber. Rest, brother. Good work. This hit me harder than I imagined. Yeah. Rhombosaurus member for 3 months. Thank you, Rhombosaurus. Fledgling for 2. It's now undeniable that whites are being targeted. Gonzo Sean, the world changed today. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Dane Bramage for $10. Thank you. Michael Taylor, why does it feel like an episode of The Apocalypse and The Awakening? Mad Dog, curious what Kimmel and the late night shows say tonight. Do they say anything? Like, legitimately, do you think they say anything? Fucking piece of shit. Michael Dunalev, Dave Chappelle has incurred the wrath of the tea community made more than anyone in recent years, if there does turn out to be a motive. Dave Chappelle? I said I don't really get the connection for the chat, but thank you. Tommy, 31, 4 years younger than me. Yeah, he's 5 years young. I'm 36 years old. Charlie Kirk's 31 and has done more than I'll do in my lifetime. Brilliant, well-spoken man with a bright future. Tragic. Johnny the Whiz Kid for 10. Hi, Ryan. I'm shocked at what happened a day after Arena passed. I posted on your Discord. I met and got 2 pictures with Charlie, if you want to see. To my surprise, he was pretty tall. Rest easy, man. He's super tall. Is that, yeah, that's crazy. I'm glad you got to meet him. Anima Chains, I'm starting to think the feds did this. Maybe the new heads didn't do it, but Cash seems to have no real power. Maybe he's a plant. Hopefully not. Well, let's at least give it to me. Look, we're all thinking those things. We're all thinking CIA. We're all thinking some sort of Fed. We're all thinking fucking pro. We're all thinking this shit. I'm gonna try to give it a day, and see. And hopefully they catch this motherfucker because we all want answers. R.I.P. Charlie seemed like a guy who'd hear you out no matter what side you're on. Asmongold predicts the right doing the same thing. Tommy Campari for 5. We have to keep our cool in this moment. We don't riot, hurt people, damage property. We speak up like Charlie did. Restrain our hands, not our voices. Scott McKenzie for 5. Sorry I jumped in late. I know you went to at least one of his events. You get to meet Charlie. Yes, I had the honor of meeting Charlie probably, like I said, about 3 times. A handful of times I got to see him and talked to him for maybe 3 minutes in total in my life. So, he's a good dude. I respect the hell out of what he's built. And it's just sad. It's devastating that this shit happened the way it happened. And I think there's a lot of people that aren't going to let this go to waste. Colin for 5. With all the left-wing cope I've been seeing as a result of this, completing my story is now more important to me than ever. Inspector for 10. I know it's serious when Charlie Kirk is trending on YouTube and X. I found out after I just drove into a rage room. It's a place where you break stuff with safety gear, bottles, and bats. Good idea. Let off some steam, Inspector. Joshua Henderson for 5. What's more insane is that Trump survived 3 attempts on his life last year before getting reelected, and he survived where Charlie didn't. I mean, I think that Trump was very lucky, for sure. That's part of it. But yeah, it is crazy. Laughing Man, can you please play the Dan clip Jeremy mentioned earlier? I think it's 3.5 minutes. I asked my super chat, but I'm asking again. Dan Vask, please. All right, I will play it. I haven't heard it yet. I have it pulled up, but I've not heard this from Dan. To put it in perspective, Dan Vask is a singer. He's got a YouTube channel. He's from Brazil, and at some point, he's decided he needed to start speaking out about stuff as well. But he's Brazilian, so that I don't know if that has anything to do with his perspective on where he's coming from. But just to preface who Dan Vask is for people that do not know.
Just wanted to say something from the Brazilian perspective. Like,
I guess I didn't need to explain that. He literally just said it. So
what happened today is grave. What's been happening in the West, not only the United States, we've seen it happening in the UK, in Brazil, is grave, but it's not surprising. It's grave, but not surprising. And for the people who might be here that don't know me, I am a Brazilian. I have seen that sort of shit happening before. You guys remember in 2018, Bolsonaro, our only opposition to the left here in Brazil and maybe in South America at that time was nearly killed in an assassination attempt in my town, just in my town. I was there at the rally. And when that failed, the left now is trying to kill him, to assassinate him politically. It's trying to lock him for life. And I know what it's like to watch a country eaten away by Marxist ideology. And this is not random. This follows a pattern. Marxism, socialism, communism, it's all different drinks made out of the same poison. It's an ideology responsible.
That is well said. All different drinks made out of the same poison. That's a good line from Dan right there.
For some, if not the greatest man-made killings in history, ever recorded by history. So a murderous ideology, people who defend a historically murderous ideology are capable of murdering, are capable of committing those atrocities that historically they are aware of and are still defending. Our history repeats itself. So something that always shocked me about some Americans, not all, but some of you, I feel, don't know as much as you should about Marxism, don't know as much as you should about the history of communism. And I'm here to encourage you to change that. Read about it. The Black Book of Communism, great work. Learn the numbers, study the records, and you will understand that this, what happened today with Charlie Kirk, was not extraordinary. It follows a pattern. It's the norm. A murderous ideology is going to murder. I'm not here to encourage you to do anything stupid. Yeah. But I want to encourage you to stay firm, to stay vigilant, be rational in this moment, but also don't be naive. It's time to start having the balls to bring the change from down up. Well, Jeremy and Gary and everyone here, we're always saying that politics is downstream from culture, right? And culture starts from down up. It starts from you having the balls in your personal life to start saying no, to start cutting ties, to start issuing ultimatums, to start saying, what the fuck, dude? That sort of sociopathic shit, evil shit doesn't cut with me. If you value my friendship, don't ever bring that up in front of me ever again. Politely but swiftly start bringing change to your personal life, to your personal relationships. Start saying no to that evil in your relationships, in your business, in your family. And I promise you your life will be better for it.
Well,
that's what I wanted to say. Just wanted to
that is, thank you, Laughing Man. That was phenomenal by Dan. You could tell he's like emotional about it as well. That is phenomenal by Dan. I appreciate the hell out of that clip. That is amazing. That is Dan Vasque, everyone. He's a singer from Brazil. He's got a YouTube channel, Spotify, all that stuff. Shout out to Dan. Look, I didn't know Dan was here, but yeah, I didn't know what to expect from that, Dan, but well fucking said, my friend. Well fucking said, buddy. And just so you guys know, I've got a couple of these left. I'm getting through them. We're almost done. Jeremy is going live, so I will when that happens, I'll send you there. I think that's going to be in about like 5 or 6 minutes. So we're going to wrap through this, and then I will raid and I will send you guys to Jeremy as well. So just so you know, Javon Robinson becomes a member. Thank you, Javon. Pav the Slab for 5. Thank you, Pav. We got $100 super chat from KRS10 Entertain Streets for 100. Says, thank you for this stream as it's helping me process all of it. I'm really happy to hear that from some people. It just helped me, come down a little bit as well, which is good. Clearly, the leftist remarks have now led to disgusting actions. Freedom of speech is not freedom to encourage violence and murder in the name of delusion, and these monsters should be held accountable. I agree. I agree, KRS. And thank you for the $100 support. There's new footage of right after Charlie was shot where a guy close to the front, close enough to have asked the last question, he was cheering, find it, share it. Look, if it's one of him getting shot, I'm not going to share it on YouTube, but I will look for that after to see if I can find it. To see if I can find that. Thank you, TJ. Pav the Slav for 5 doesn't say anything. Thank you, Pav. Stifler's dad for 5. Charlie and I went to college together. I remember meeting him. He took interest in my life. What an incredible man. So for someone to have a vision like that and at such a young age is so inspiring. You know, what Charlie did and what he started building as like you saw the tweet when he was 17. At 18, he started building this stuff up. It's just phenomenal. Yes, no for 2 says, I love hating LGBTQ. Yeah, good for you. Mad Frog for 5. I didn't know Charlie's death would affect me so much. I didn't watch him much. I guess I took it for granted. He was a good man. Didn't even curse. The video was so brutal. I feel anger and sadness. Jen T. Hello, Jen, for $1.99. And then Jen follows it up, $5, and says, I'm so sick of seeing the legacy media and all my search engines call him a right-wing conservative activist and never call him a Christian. Yeah, and you know, somebody reminded me when we were live with Jeremy, somebody, you know, told me how important that was, and it was a great reminder. And yes, first and foremost, Charlie, and really with everything you see happening at TPUSA, faith is such an important part of everything that they do, and such an important part for Charlie, such an important part for everybody involved with that stuff. And that is a huge reason. That is a huge reason why he's been able to do what he's done. And it's a huge reason that he got killed. And I think to not talk about that is a disservice. Thank you, Jen. Michael Taylor for 10 says, the pain, rage, and sense of loss I feel is crazy. So many people feel the same way. We can't tolerate this madness anymore. Never bend the knee to the left. No Face for 10 says Charles means free man and Kirk means church. These Webos, thank you for doing the stream, Ryan. God bless you and God bless Charlie and his family. Thank you, these Webos. West Britannicus becomes a channel member. Thank you. King's Advisors, who was in the clip we watched of Dan. I'm completely disgusted by this. Do not be quiet anymore. When people say something, you have to push back. Thank you, Kings. Thanks for hosting a discussion. People struggle to get their heads around blatant evil, says Michael. And Michael Dunaleaf for 5. What I meant about Chappelle is the tragedy highlights it's a dangerous time to be a public speaker who the left hate cheers. Okay, I got it. I wasn't sure exactly the connection, but thank you for clarifying. Vince Barter says, 31-year-old American Muslim dad-to-be. This hit me hard. Gonna start to carry my stick everywhere now. Thanks for hanging out tonight, bro. Much love. It's definitely a wake-up call for those of us. And look, obviously, I'm former military. It was very easy for me to, even before Florida just became constitutional carry, when it was still you needed a permanent, very easy to get that, no problem. I go out of my way to make sure I'm protected. But this is like a reminder to always be vigilant and do everything in your power to protect yourself and the people you're responsible for. Red Jaguar for 199. Thanks for helping us get through this, Ryan. Thank you guys for being here. Mechatar for 5. Do they expect Christians to keep turning the other cheek and not embrace Deus Vult and defend themselves from heretic assaults? Potentially. Samantha Kreinbring, DC. A murderous ideology is going to murder. Dan Vask. Fantastic Mr. Knox. The video where the sniper was positioned, Liberal Hive Mind did a video about it. I have seen 2 videos so far of where the sniper was on the roof, one before it happened, and then one of him, you can see him running after the shot. Those are the 2 that I've seen of it, so I'll check out Liberal Hive Mind after. Labeled for 5. Ryan, thank you for doing this. It's been help to, it has been help. Be safe out there. You, Jeremy, Gary, all the fellowship are great people. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you, Labeled. Appreciate it. And then Angelus Draven for 10. Hopefully people finally wake up that this isn't just about pop culture. It goes so much deeper than that. Continue to use your voices. And this is not the time for silence. We do not kneel. Thank you, Angelus Draven. And then over on Rumble, Justin for a buck. We cut off YouTube. You a true Rumble rant for 5 minutes. I'm an old guy and you remind me of Dennis Miller. Say what you want. I think I've got through it and I think I've pretty much said what I want. Like there are some things that I certainly held back on, especially earlier, that mostly I wouldn't say it on Rumble, wouldn't say it. I just needed to get a lot of this stuff out there. So, but I know that Jeremy is, I think Jeremy has just gone live and I don't know exactly what he's going to talk about. I'm surprised. I didn't think he was going to go live tonight, but, we've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes and I am emotionally and mentally drained. I'm not going to lie, after doing this stream. And I appreciate you guys coming here and watching. And I know that this is not the usual talking point on this channel, and this channel is still going to be focused on what it is, right? However, I just felt today it was very important to talk about this. And thank you guys for going through this with me. And ultimately, what happened today is disgusting, despicable, and evil. And it was done to shut up a man who talked, who just spoke. Charlie Kirk fought for freedom and for liberty, individual liberty, limited government, all these different things. And also because of his faith in Jesus Christ. These are the things that inspired him to go out and try to do these things. And he did it by talking to people, by speaking to people, and by trying to change their hearts and minds. People couldn't handle that. People couldn't win against him. People couldn't win these debates that he had. And so in front of thousands of college students, somebody brutally fucking murdered this man. And this is a moment that we are never going to forget, ever. This is a wake up. This is a watershed, but whatever you want to call it, whether people want to call it a turning point, that's what this is. So I hope everybody, take care of your loved ones and rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. My prayers are for his family, all the people that he left behind, everybody involved with Turning Point, right? Any of the people that he's worked with, everybody's hurting right now. Charlie's in heaven, right? Charlie's with Jesus. Everybody else is hurting from this. So I do appreciate you guys being here. I will catch up with these last couple. Mad Frog, the awesome Matt Kev video must be horrific. We need to see that too. Alex McCarthy, you're awesome. Thank you, Alex. And then Logan for $5. Saw the vids on X. Absolutely surreal. Definitely a fucking wake-up call to all Americans. Thanks again, Ryan, and all the others. And for all the people that are celebrating this, get it all out. Get it all out, because people are not gonna fucking forget you. We'll put it that way. We'll put it that way. We're gonna raid Jeremy. Let me set it up. I know it takes a couple minutes sometimes, so here it is. Go to live. Go to here. Go to customize, redirect, and see if we can find this. DA Cobra. Why isn't it there? Let me refresh this thing. Raid. And also, I do want to just add, yes, we have 100% seen some people that are in this chat today, right? Some people that are in this chat today who have been saying some wild shit. I'm all about letting people speak. As you saw a lot of insane takes in this thing. We let them go because that's what I believe in. And I didn't respond to those people because today was not the day for that. That shit happens in the future. You're going to get a response. I promise you that. I promise you that. But anyway, Tommy Campari, thanks for the stream, Ryan. Take care. Thank you. And thank you to the people on Rumble. I'm going to be honest. I do not know how to raid on Rumble, or I would send you to D-Day Cobra as well. I don't know what I have to do to raid here. So I'll just say go follow D-Day Cobra on Rumble. But that's it for me. Sad day. Sad day. Talk to you guys later.